It's about 5 minutes after 10, and I'll call the August 8th, 2013 meeting of the Texas Low-Level Radioactive Waste Disposal Compact Commission to order. The commissioners this morning are Mr. Salzman, who is now an Austin resident, having moved from Texas A&M to the University of Texas. Judge Dolgener is here. I'm Bob Wilson, Linda Morse, Dick Saudick, and Jane. Good morning, Jane Sanders. Good, Dr. Sanders. Thank you for coming. Peter is not with us this morning, nor is Eric. We have not had a replacement for Milton Lee, and we're going to end up talking about that a little bit further in the agenda when we do some fiscal things, because we're going to have to make some adjustments to accommodate the fact that that is so. Are there any elected officials here other than the judge? He's always mentioned, I always mention the judge as an elected official because he is. I don't see any. Ms. Betsy Madrew was here. There she is now. Welcome, Betsy. And thank you again for your work during the session. And she's here with us this morning. I don't know that do we have any press people here today? And this is my custom that I picked up from Hugh Yanish years ago to introduce members of the press if they're here. We're broadcasting, so maybe they're watching remotely. Okay, that's the first three items on our agenda, so we're moving right along. Next is item 4, public comment. This is to provide any member of the public an opportunity to address the commission on an agenda item. If they choose to do so, they can address us on the agenda items. If not, they're free to talk to us now about anything they want to talk to us about. Is there any public comment? Yes, sir. Could you come forward and sit at the mic so we can record it? And tell us your name and if you're representing somebody so we keep up with all that.
I apologize for that. I just took the bar last week, still recovering a little bit in the brain.
Which bar would that be?
Texas bar, of course.
Teasing you.
Oh, I understand. I'm representing Representative Lon Burnham. I am currently his environmental law analyst, having just finished the bar, of course. I am not a lawyer, though I am required to tell you that under the Texas Penal Code, of course. We are hoping to bring your attention to a couple of the problems that we're hoping to resolve as the compact continues to assist in the transfer of waste to these dump sites.
Did you give us your name? I'm sorry.
Yes, Joel Simmons, just in case.
Thank you.
No problem. So our concerns largely center around two major issues. We have some problems with the application itself, and we also feel that there's a lack of publicly available information with the current setup. So first, I'll attack these application problems that I was discussing just a second ago. First off, we feel that the application for the importation of irradiated hardware is a little bit over vague as it stands right now. When we're talking about the importation of materials that can carry highly hazardous material on them, we want to make sure that the public is protected and that the state knows what's coming into its borders for storage and use in the facilities, and that accurate records are kept in the event of accidental releases. As it stands right now, the application process is lacking in that the descriptions of irradiated hardware require very little detail, and in the opinion of our office, too little. As an illustrative example, research has clearly demonstrated that control rod blades have high levels of radiation on them, and the current forms don't ask about them directly. There is no requirement that equipment be inventoried or that potential radiation be laid out with any level of specificity. We want to make sure that the Commission asks about these kinds of things. What kinds of radionuclides are present in these parts and pieces of equipment? How hot can these control rods get? How long can radioactive materials stay bound to these pieces of equipment? And what risks do these kinds of things pose? These are important questions that require the attention of the Commission to ensure that material risks of contamination are known and can be minimized as we progress forward. It is not only hard for the public to comment appropriately when this distinction is blurred, but it is also hard for the Commission to effectively do their job, since ensuring the availability of enough space for Texans to dispose of their radioactive waste is an important role of the Commission. By failing to exercise due diligence on what materials can be stored and which cannot be stored, the Commission may be causing harm on other law-abiding groups. Moving on to our issues with the public reporting. Our ideal is that we would have some kind of report that details the volumes and curies of waste disposed of at the site to that date. Like I mentioned earlier, we believe that the delineations of how much waste has been disposed of and what classes the amounts fall into are vital information that the public has a right to have access to. We'd also request that the manifest be given some form of tracking mechanism to ensure that the manifests are accurately recording the materials that come in and out of the state and what is coming in from each batch. And by that I mean, of course, equipment and materials themselves. Related to this, it is important to approve the tracking system so that a link can clearly be established and followed between the original application to import waste, the related files for the Compacts Commission, and the disposal manifests from each site. Again, this is highly important in the world of public accountability. However, such systems are also important to ensure that the Compacts Commission can adequately ensure capacity at the site for Texas, and so that any radioactive leak can be quickly identified and dealt with correct information readily available for anyone that may be threatened by these activities. More details should be required in the import applications since they are presently too vague. There should be some sort of distinction between the amount of Class B and Class C waste that applicants seek to dispose of at the Waste Control Specialist site. It is not only hard for the public to comment appropriately when this distinction is blurred, like I mentioned earlier, but like I said earlier, it is also difficult for the Compacts Commission to effectively do their job, since ensuring the availability of enough space for Texas to dispose of the radioactive waste is one of the most important roles of this commission. This issue is one of public safety. Failure to accurately report the information of potentially hazardous materials presents a material threat to the health of Texans, and we accordingly request that the compact will make necessary changes for the best interest of the state. With that, I have a copy of the letter from Representative Burnham as well for all of you.
Thank you. And your remarks, we'll note them. As a matter of fact, we'll incorporate them. If you give them Ms. Ng,
Certainly.
We'll include them in the documents that we're going to assemble as we review the rules.
Okay.
It's something that we currently have started, and we'll talk about a little bit later in the agenda.
Okay. Greatly appreciate it.
Thanks. Dick?
I take it you say we're derelict in our duty to protect the public. What would it take to make us underelict in our duty to protect the public?
To make you underelict?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, mostly we just want to make sure that the public is...
Non-derelict may be the word.
I'm not going to correct you either way.
Not
However you want to phrase it is fine with me. Mostly we just want to make sure that the public has some form of access to this really vital information in the event of a release or something like that. I mean, of course, it is out of an abundance of caution. We don't expect toxic releases, anything like that. But in the unlikely event that it should happen, we just want to make absolutely sure that the information that is absolutely necessary is available to the public and to the important stakeholders such that they can take appropriate action.
Do you have language to propose?
No, we don't actually currently have proposed statutory language, but we're happy to provide that at a later date.
And where does in your opinion, is it senators?
Representative Burnham.
Representative Burnham. In your opinion, or in his opinion, you know, on these matters you've mentioned, where does our jurisdiction pick up and the TCEQ's jurisdiction leave off?
Mm-hmm. We recognize that that's kind of a blurry line right now, and that's a difficult question to directly answer. But we feel that you do certainly have jurisdiction over these initial applications, and if we can include as much information as we can over these initial applications, then that can help at least head off a majority of this problem. Does that address your question?
Well, I guess so. I mean, you may be right. It may be a good idea for us to include these things in the applications. I just, when you tell a commission it's derelict in its duty to protect the public, I can't help but wonder, you know, exactly where that duty picks up and leaves off,
mm-hmm.
and in what way exactly we were derelict. So that's why I raised the question.
Understandable, yes.
And I would suggest that you give us the exact language that you want included in this thing, along with the reasons.
Okay.
So that we can no longer be derelict.
I understand.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Any other commission comments?
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Stones. Ms. Haddon?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have since, I'm Karen Haddon here on behalf of Seed Coalition, Sustainable Energy and Economic Development Coalition, and appreciate this opportunity to address you. I share the concerns that Mr. Simmons raised just now and hope that you will, in fact, take the opportunity, as the rules are addressed again, to look at getting more information on the front end on applications. And I think that that will help you be more effective in that you're worrying a lot about the adequacy of capacity. And, for example, when applications come in that say B and C waste, I think it's a fair thing to say how much B, how much C. And if they don't know that, maybe they're not ready to ship to you. I know that you've dealt with problems of not knowing exactly how much people really want versus whether they're just trying to reserve an allocation. So I think that that would help, and I think that if they're ready to do business, they should be able to have a firmer thought on that matter. I also do think that getting more description when it's irradiated hardware is a good idea. And I would like to comment that regarding applications in general today, that I don't think that it's actually appropriate to have any applications approved, because I think that there are still problems regarding water at the site, and I would urge you as a commission to get the TCEQ to report to you on a regular basis about that in detail, because it's their responsibility, and I think that you should be made aware of the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Commission questions for Ms. Haddon?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got an email set of comments coming to you.
Okay. We wondered about that. We had not received them yet from Seed.
Oh, you got them now.
Okay. All right. Are there any other members of the public who care to address us this morning about general matters? Or, of course, you're free to talk to us and be recognized on each agenda item as it comes up. Ray, did you want to say something?
Yeah. I'm Ray Fleming. I'm with the Department of State Health Services. I just wanted to address one of Mr. Simmons' comments, and that's regarding notification of the public in the event of an accident. The Texas Department of State Health Services is the agency responsible for responding to accidents. So we would be the people that would show up. We would issue press releases. We would confer with the local county judge regarding what actions need to be taken to protect the local public. And I just want to make that clear.
All right. Thank you. Is there anybody else? Going once? Okay. Then I think that's all for item 4. And next item is item 5, and this is all the remarks so far have been relevant to item 5 also. Discussion of revisions to 31 TAC 675-21, 22, and 23 related to exportation and importation of waste. And as you may recall, at the last meeting, we set up a committee. I chair the committee. Ms. Morris is on the committee with me, and Mr. Saudick. And we had requested people who cared to comment to us to submit comments by July the 26th. And we got a handful of comments submitted to us, and even some after that. Yesterday, the committee met to talk in general about the comments that had been submitted to us and to sort of outline what we're going to do from this point forward. I want to assure everybody that submitted comments, we have read them, and we are going to use the existing rules as, of course, the basis for examining what changes are suggested to us for our rules in light of the experiences that we've had since the site opened. We had an extensive discussion, and the members of the committee of course, have their own ideas about what ought to be in the rules. We didn't require ourselves to submit comments by the 26th of July, but to outline a process for everybody. What we're going to do going forward is that each of us, Ms. Watkins is going to distribute in a Word document the existing rules to us. Each member of the committee and Ms. Ng, because Lee Ng has her own ideas about some things, particularly as they pertain to the form of the applications. We're going to all put our heads together separately and then together collectively we agreed to try to submit our own written thoughts to the committee and to our lawyers about the end of this month, and then they will take the existing rules and our comments and work off a draft of a proposed rule. When we get a draft, the committee gets a draft in working order, then we will schedule probably a commission, first of all, to present it to the commission, and probably then schedule a public meeting to talk about the draft, to initiate the rulemaking process in a formal manner. I don't know at this time when that will take place. We talked yesterday about perhaps having something available for us to consider at the meeting in Vermont, but I'm not sure that that's going to be physically possible given our schedules between now and that meeting, but particularly our attorneys who are busily engaged in other activities, and this is an interdependent type of problem. Some of the comments, and I'll just say briefly some of the comments, there were common themes in the comments, and Linda, you and Dick, feel free to jump in if I go on too long. A lot of the comments had to do with smoothing the process to make it more apparent to the users and to WCS and to everybody how it's to work, and how are we to keep track of things. And that's one of the big issues, because we've now learned that we may be faced with looking at multiple year requests for imports, and we're trying to struggle with how we're going to create a rule to make that process work and let us still keep track of the accounting that we have to do. And there were a number of other questions, but that seemed to be a common theme. We appreciate the expressions that several commenters made of their support for the process, as cumbersome as it is or as crude as it is that we've been using to this point. We are trying to make it work for all of the people involved, and all of the people, meaning the generators themselves, everybody who wants to ship to the site operator, and of course Andrews County has a particular interest in seeing the site used. We have to work within the compact. Primarily that's our document that governs what we do, but we are taking into account the changes that the legislature made in how the state of Texas decided to create and operate a low-level waste site under the compact. That's really what we're facing, and we're trying to sort through all this given the knowledge that we now have after a year and a few months of work. And Linda or Dick, do you want to add anything to what I've said? I've just outlined the general process and where we plan to go. My personal view is that it's sometime this fall, we'll probably, and I don't know when this fall, we'll talk about meeting dates, but one of the meeting, I'm not sure it'll be at the October meeting, which is scheduled for Vermont, but perhaps the meeting after that we'll actually have a commission vote to initiate the rulemaking process to start it off and formally. And Dick, Linda?
Just want to echo the fact that we appreciate all the comments that everyone's sending in, and feel free to continue sending those in. Just because the deadline's passed, we're still going to be accepting comments. And again, just a lot of common themes, a lot of things we realize we do need to correct and simplify and smooth along. Other things are going to be a little trickier and thornier, especially the sealed source issue. But we're going to take all the comments seriously and really appreciate your help.
Just kind of for the lawyers, I guess, in the room who are vetting these comments, I just hope you will look at the compact. I think one area where I'd like to have guidance is that I think there have been places now where the Texas law has diverged somewhat from what the compact, which governs what we do. And I don't think they've come into a situation at this point where they're really knocking heads or clashing. But if you would take a look at the compact when you make comments on rules, that would be helpful, because we're always trying to kind of figure out how rules fit in with what we're supposed to be doing under the compact.
Thanks. That gives everybody sort of a hint and a broad outline of what we're doing. We're not ready to propose a document yet. We're taking the information that was submitted by everybody into account and our own ideas into account in discussions. And we'll process those into a document that will then be distributed for public review and comment, and we'll go from there. Okay? All right. That's item 5. Item 6. Is we have consideration of and possible action on each of the following requests for amendment to agreement of importation of low-level radioactive waste. And 6A is there's only one, Bionomics, and it's agreement number 1-0032-01. John.
The technical committee has reviewed this amendment request from Bionomics, and Chairman Wilson has already provided the number. But the amendment really is pretty simple in its request. It wants to add some states to the approved list where they can take waste, and that is he wants to add California, District of Columbia, which I guess technically isn't a state. Delaware, Massachusetts, Maryland, Oklahoma, and South Dakota. In their request, Bionomics has indicated that they would provide any necessary export permits associated with waste that they might receive from those states. And specifically, that would be for California, that would be the Southwestern Compact, and for Oklahoma, that would be the Central Compact. And that they would provide those export permits prior to them actually picking up any of the waste from the generator's location. Probably equally important, the amendment is not proposing any change to the overall volume or waste materials that were requested, and the actual amendment was signed July 15, 2013. So, any questions with regard to the amendment?
Questions from the commissioners, Dick?
Yeah. It says Class A, Class B, or Class C. Do we import Class A waste? Class A waste from outside the compact?
Sure. In particular, for sealed sources, there is no other location for where those could be disposed. Whether they're Class A, B, or C, there's no other location where sealed sources can be disposed except for the WCS site. That's my understanding. And the A, B, or C is going to depend upon the activity of the source, and probably in some respects how many sources they would put into an individual container.
My understanding was there was a 1-year period at supply to take sealed sources. Is that still there, or am I wrong about that?
I think it may be correct. I'm not sure if it's still going.
That is correct, and
Ah,
So it's still open for a one-year period.
So, and the time hasn't actually started, so can they take them or not yet?
We can take them, they can be processed to come to live, but that doesn't mean you can't approve what you have before you. That's just
So,
information.
I stand corrected, you could send Class A sealed sources could be sent to Clive, Utah.
Yeah, I don't know why, but for some reason I thought we just imported B and C and that we typically exported A.
I think that has probably generally been the case, but we can have WCS address that, but I believe in fact they have received Class A waste from out of the compact.
Hi, Rod Balser, President of WCS, and yeah, we can take Class A waste for import and have taken sealed sources and things as Class A waste.
thanks, Rob. Questions get answered, Dick? Or do you still have some?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
that's my question.
All right. And I did know there was a one-year window, I just didn't know when it started, and I thought it might have been over already, to tell you the truth. But I stand corrected on that, so, okay. Any other questions of our technical committee, Mr. Salzman?
I make a motion that we approve the Bionomics Amendment 1-0032-01 to add the states of California, the District of Columbia, Delaware, Massachusetts, Maryland, Oklahoma, and South Dakota, with the proviso that before they can actually dispose of any waste at the WCS site, that they have to provide the commission any necessary export permits as a result of the waste from those states.
All right, that's the motion. Is there a second?
I just have a question, John. This is changing 01 in Curies and all that, or?
No, this amendment is not requesting any change to the curies or to the volume. All they're doing is adding some additional states where they could get waste from and send it to WCS.
On this number,
Correct.
what we approved?
That's correct. No change to volume or curies.
I don't know how you change no volume or Curies and have more people involved.
I would suspect it's because they put some cushion in their original volume and curie request.
Okay. I see. Somebody else, if they already been
But
approved, may
I
not
can't
have.
claim to completely understand the business practice of Bionomics.
Well,
But
all of
that would be my assumption.
Somebody else is not gonna have as much, so they have, okay. I'll second.
Any other questions or discussion from commission members? Yes, sir.
Under generator type on page 2, or after the letter, the first page, I see industrial, academic research, medical, and government have X's next to them. Utility just has a little box, and I don't know whether that means that
It means that the way the form is set up, you can, in essence, check each one of those as a type of waste. So they're indicating that the waste could come from all of those generators except utilities. That's why
from utilities.
right. They won't be sending anything from utilities. And the thought being, obviously, utilities have their own access to WCS. They don't. Excuse me. They probably wouldn't see any benefit to using a broker.
Any other questions, comments from the commissioners? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes, and so the Bionomics agreement is amended as requested. Next is item 7, and we'll take these individually. 7A, application proposed agreement for importation, and the first is from the University of Missouri, 7A. Mr. Salzman.
The technical committee reviewed the application from the University of Missouri dated June 1, 2013, actually signed May 30, 2013. They are acting as the generator, and I, at least if I understand the application correctly, they will also be making the shipment of the material to WCS if this were approved. They are requesting to be able to ship Class B and Class C unstable reactor hardware. They did receive approval from TCEQ in a letter dated June 12, 2013, that WCS can receive the materials that were listed in the application. They are requesting 120 cubic feet, 54 curies, total radioactivity 1,700 millicuries of carbon-14. That material would be coming from the state of Missouri, which is part of the Midwest Compact, and does not require export authorization. The volume in curies that they are requesting is is quite small compared to the volume in curies, which were are the limitations that exist per year for the facility. So it would not materially diminish the disposal capacity or curie content at the WCS site. In addition, I'm not aware that the facility has access to another disposal site, and the applicant requested an import authorization for a one-year period. So one question that we would have to address is, they requested a year, but do we, I think we did in our last meeting, the approvals that we granted were through August 31, 2014, I believe. So we'd have to consider whether we wanted to do the same thing or not for this application.
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Salzman?
Oh, and I would add the technical committee recommends approval.
I would have thought you would have said otherwise if you had not recommended approval. But, are there questions? We're not debating a motion yet, but are there any comments or thoughts about whether the expiration date of the agreement should be August 31st of 2014 as with other agreements? Okay. All right. Now John knows what to put in his motion.
Pardon me 1 second.
All right.
All right, I make a motion that the Commission approve application 1-0039-00 from the University of Missouri. Waste description is reactor hardware. Waste classification is Class B and Class C. The waste form is unstable. And that we approve an application for 120 cubic feet, 54 curies, and 1,700 millicuries of carbon-14 with end date on the application of August 31, 2014.
Okay. It's been a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion to the motion? Questions? Not. I call for a vote. All those in favor of approving the importation agreement, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion passes. Next is 7B, application of American Airlines, a low-level radioactive waste disposal compact commission number 1-0040-00. This is a new application, I assume.
Yes, it is. So So the technical committee's reviewed an application from American Airlines Incorporated dated July 1, 2013, signed June 25, 2013. That application is 1-0040-00. American Airlines is acting as a generator to dispose of this waste. They're requesting authorization for Class B stable sealed sources. The waste they requested to dispose was approved by TCEQ in a letter dated July 3, 2013. The waste will be coming from the state of Oklahoma, and I believe, according to Ms. Zing, the commission has received or is aware that they do have authorization to export this waste.
They do, but let me clarify that they have authorization to export through June 30th, 2014. So to the extent we would issue an agreement through August 31st, 2014, we would want to get that additional authorization for those couple of months.
Okay. The applicant is requesting to dispose of 50 cubic feet and 3,000 curies of waste. And for information, this is tritium exit signs associated with airplanes. They typically place them, and after a period of time, they have to take them out of service, and because the tritium decays and no longer provides adequate lighting. In some cases, there's a new technology available as well where they use a fluorescent paint that no, you don't need the tritium anymore, so that may be a reason why they've changed these out as well. The volume and curies are not a large, or I guess I should say they're a very small percentage of the approved waste volume and curies for the site, so it shouldn't make a material difference in that respect. I would add that I'm not aware that the applicant has access to another waste disposal facility, and the applicant did request import authorization through August 31, 2014. So the issue that Ms. Ng raised is one that if we approve it for that long, we'd have to put a proviso in that if they ship after June 30, 2014, then we'd have to receive another authorization for that material. And the committee recommends approval. Any questions?
Questions of commissioners for Mr. Salzman? This is not the first exit sign disposal request for American Airlines we've had.
No.
All right. No questions. Do you have a motion, Mr. Salzman?
Yes. I make a motion that we approve import application 1-0040-00 from American Airlines Incorporated for sealed sources. Classification is Class B. Waste form is stable. The material will be coming from the state of Oklahoma. The volume is 50 cubic feet. The curies are 3,000. And with the end date on that of August 31, 2014, and I believe we should also include a proviso that should they choose to ship waste after June 30, 2014, that they would have to provide additional documentation that they are authorized to export that waste.
All right. You all have heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. This motion been made and seconded to approve the application of American Airlines. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Sanders.
They're based in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and they have a central interstate commission or compact, don't they?
Yes.
Why are they going to us instead of to them?
No disposal.
There's no disposal site for that.
Okay.
We're the only game in town.
Okay.
And there's some history here that they came in the first time they did this, and they're actually incorporated in Delaware. Their head office is in Dallas-Fort Worth, but their maintenance facility is in Oklahoma, where these signs have been removed from their aircraft and placed to storage there, so they need to get rid of them. So that's what they're doing. All right. Any other questions of Mr. Saltzman or any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No opposed. Motion carries. It passes. American Airlines has agreement under the terms that we've discussed. 7C, Constellation Energy Nuclear Group. Mr. Saltzman.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that Constellation recently sent a letter to the commission. Ms. Ng provided that they have withdrawn their application.
Okay. So, no action on Constellation. The record will show that the application was withdrawn. Next, 7D, Phylotechnics Limited. Mr. Saul.
Pardon me one moment.
Sure.
The technical committee has reviewed an application from Phylotechnics Limited. Was received July 1, 2013, signed June 20, 2013. That application is 1-0042-00. In this application, Phylotechnics is acting as a waste broker who is a licensed waste collector requesting authorization to dispose of non-party low-level waste at the facility. Should be noted at this point that Phylotechnics has not provided generator disposal authorizations for the waste, but I'll address that in more detail in a moment. They are requesting authorization to dispose of Class A, Class B, and Class C unstable field sources, and they do have approval from TCEQ and letter of correspondence dated July 15, 2013 to dispose of those materials at WCS. Or I should say WCS has authorization to receive them. Phylotechnics is requesting 100 cubic feet and 15 curies total radioactivity. They have requested to dispose of waste from a very long list of states, which I will go through now. California, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, New York, Arizona, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Wisconsin, Michigan, Iowa, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Kansas, Missouri, New Hampshire, and Delaware, which are parts of many compacts, and I'm not going to go through all the compacts that are represented by those states. But in addition, the applicant has not, for those states that are in compacts that require export authorization, the applicant has not provided that export authorization yet. And again, I'll address that in more detail in a moment. The volume in curies that they are requesting is minuscule compared to the limits that are set for the facility. They have requested to be considered a small generator, or have this authorization counted against the small quantity generators, and I believe based on the volume and the radioactivity, it's very small, and they would be collecting and then disposing of this waste from a very large number of facilities that it would be appropriate to grant that small quantity generator set aside. I'm not aware that they have access to any other disposal facilities. The applicant has requested their import authorization agreement be from September 1, 2013 through August 31, 2014. As far as the providing the export authorizations and the statements from the generators that Phylotechnics is authorized to handle their individual waste. I believe we have information from Philotechnics that they would agree, they would provide this material prior to shipment, and that they would do it in no more than 2 batches of information. If the commissioners remember, in the past, we received some applications that were quite complicated in terms of those generator authorizations and export authorizations, and it resulted in many back and forth letters and documentation, and became somewhat difficult for the commission to track. So Philotechnics has indicated they will provide all that information in no more than 2 filings. Filings probably isn't the right word, but filings with the commission. And the technical committee recommends approval of this. Can I answer any questions?
Mr. Stoddard.
As was apparent from my last question about Class A, I missed a beat somewhere along the line, but I've got a real problem with our taking Class A waste, imported Class A waste. I mean, I thought the idea was that the compact generators export Class A waste, and the overall scheme was, and that the out-of-compact people, because they've got other places to put their Class A waste, weren't going to be sending Class A waste to this facility. Where did I go wrong? I mean, they don't have any other place? You said they have no access to other facilities. They have no other place?
They have no other access for Class B and Class C. They do have access for Class A, apparently at the facility in Clyde, Utah, for Class A sealed sources.
So why should we fill up our facility? Because Class A is going to, typically, as I understand it, it's higher on volume, lower on radiation, and there's much more of it. Why should we have people shipping Class A to this facility while the in-compact generators are shipping it to Clyde? I just don't understand that.
Well, I think there's probably a couple of issues, and I can give you a guess, but I can't speak to the business practice of Philotechnics. But one issue with the waste, particularly, they're going to go and pick up sources from a lot of different entities, and it turns out some of those could be Class A sources. But when they make a shipment to WCS, they may very well send a truck that has multiple containers. Some of those containers could turn out to be Class A, some could be Class B, and some could be Class C. If the commission were to make the decision that says, nope, we're not going to take any of your Class A, that means they have to make 2 shipments, one to WCS, one to another facility, which obviously can be done. It will, without a doubt, increase the cost of disposal for those individual generators. And these are all small quantity generators, but the individual cost to those generators will go up considerably, because just the cost to get approval to ship waste at WCS, there's a fixed cost to do that. The cost to ship waste to the facility in Clyde, there's a fixed cost to do that, and if you can take that fixed cost and divide it over more volume, more generators, then for each individual generator the cost is smaller. If you start forcing to do both, it's going to be more expensive. So it's not undoable, but it will, to the individual small generator, that will increase costs.
Wouldn't that be true of in-compact generators too? I mean, this business of cost and...
It will. I will also add, but again, if we wish Philotechnics to address this in more detail, they can, but sorry, I lost my train of thought now. I think you will find that even within Texas and Vermont, it's unlikely that sealed sources are going to go anywhere other than the WCS facility.
Ms. Morris, thanks.
Dying to say something.
Yes.
So this application, the previous one, were really for very small volumes. And you're right, it's mainly our utilities that generate the large volumes, low activities, Class A. They're the ones that really want to export, waste. And we're not going to see utilities wanting to import this Class A waste because it really is large volume. But this one and this last one are really very small volumes. So I think that makes a difference. But,
yeah. Part of this is that one of the things that the site ends up doing is providing an outlet for sealed sources, which are commonly used in instruments. They're very small, and they don't take up a lot of room. Some of them have higher activity than others, but except for the fact that Clive, Utah has, and it's a 1-year window to take, is my understanding, to take Class A sealed sources. That hasn't started yet. The window hasn't opened yet. So they're right now, if they're a Class A sealed source, they literally would have to keep them on site and not ship them anywhere, and they would have to segregate them from non-Class A sources and separate the two of them. And I think the question basically that they're talking about, and I'm not an expert in this, I happen to have run across a problem for some similar gauge service companies that do this kind of work. It's expensive, and it's also time-consuming, and you get some additional radiation exposure when you try to pull them out and segregate them in different. So they're trying to just say it's not a whole lot of stuff, so let's just let us send it to Andrews. And I think that's what they're doing.
Dick, one additional point, and I don't know the exact numbers, but they're requesting 100 cubic feet and 15 curies. Of the 15 curies, those sources that would fall under the Class A are going to be a very small fraction of that 15 curies. The 15 curies will mostly be Class B and Class C. If that makes a difference.
Russ Myers here with the Conference Radiation Control Program Director, is that right?
Yes.
Or why don't you have any comment that you'd like to make about this?
Well, we're heavily involved with energy solutions,
Russ Meyer, Conference of Radiation Control Program Directors. We're pretty heavily involved with Energy Solutions as the Class A collection effort for sealed sources only. Their license specifically prohibits acceptance of any sealed source unless they've got approval of their commission. So in all practicality, it basically means they're not authorized to take any sealed sources for the most part. The waiver that we were talking about was issued about a year ago.
Yeah.
And allows them to take sealed sources as long as they are taken under a collection that is sponsored by the CRCPD and the scatter program. So they can't take anybody's sealed sources, Class A sealed sources. They can only take those that come to them through a broker who is contracted with CRCPD to collect them for Class A collection. That's number one. Number two, classification of radioactive waste is only done by Rule NCFR 61. Once the material is packaged for disposal, you do not classify waste until it's packaged for disposal. So you can have multiple classes of material in a package, A, B, C. But when the classification is performed, if it qualifies as B, C, and A, then it automatically is classified at the higher level, so it would be BC waste. So it doesn't matter what you've got in there, really. Whatever drives the classification of the waste is what the waste will be called. Okay, so you don't have, there's not a concern about that. Most people in the past, until we initiated making this distinction between Class A and BC sealed sources, most people threw their Class A sealed sources in with BC waste because it didn't make sense to package it separately, pay an additional disposal cost for another drum when you could put it all in one and still meet all the requirements.
Russ, if I could ask a question just to clarify. So the classification is done on the container, not on the individual source, is that that correct?
That's correct. We interjected this little peculiarity about classifying it on the source because of some limitations on the waiver that the state of Utah wanted to put in. They wanted to average, they wanted to say, to define Class A as averaged over the volume of the source. Normally, that's not the way it's done. It's done by classifying the package once it's completed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
More questions? Thank you, Russ. Ready for your motion?
Oh.
Yes, just one moment. So, before I make my motion, do I need to repeat the list of states?
They're in the application. I think you can reference.
Thank you. Yes. I make a motion that we approve import application 1-0042-00 from Philotechnics Limited for a long list of states. The waste description is sealed sources. The waste classification is Class A, Class B, and Class C. The waste form is unstable. The volume is 100 cubic feet, 15 curies, and that we approve this application through August 31, 2014, but that we also have a proviso that Philotechnics must provide in no more than 2 information packages the generator authorizations and any necessary export permits prior to shipping the material.
Okay. You've heard the motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Second. With would you make a friendly motion that the states are included in the application?
In other words, referencing the fact that the states are included in the application.
Yes, the states are listed in the original application.
Second.
Okay. Are there further discussion or questions from among the members of the commission? Hearing none, all those in favor of the application of the motion to approve the application to Philotechnics, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed. The motion passes, and thank you. Next is 7E. Are you going to talk to us about 7E?
Actually, I wanted to voice a request. I was hoping to speak on that last item, and throughout the day today, I noticed that you have not been even checking as to whether there is public comment. I don't know if there is or is not, but I would respectfully ask that you do that before you vote, because maybe you might want to hear what the public says before you vote on an item.
Karen, I've not known you to ever be shy about letting me know that you
Right.
want to comment on
But,
that.
you know, I'm not the only person here either, and I think that it would be appropriate for you to call for public comment, please.
Thank you.
And super briefly, if I may go ahead and comment on this one while we're here.
Which one?
7E.
We're about to take PPL Susquehanna.
Yes.
We voted on the prior ones.
Yes.
Or you want to talk about PPL Susquehanna?
Yes, please.
You want to wait until Mr. Salzman lays it out?
That would be fine.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Next, PPL Susquehanna. Mr. Salzman.
The technical committee has reviewed an application from PPL Susquehanna LLC. That application was received July 1, 2013, signed June 28, 2013. It's 1-0043-00. Susquehanna is acting as a waste generator to dispose of this material. They are requesting and have received, the site has received authorization to dispose of Class A unstable water treatment filter media, and that authorization was from TCEQ in a letter dated July 3, 2013. They have requested authorization for 361 cubic feet, 486 curies of total radioactivity, and 82.8 millicuries of C-14. The material is coming from the state of Pennsylvania, which is part of the Appalachian Compact and does not require export authorization. The volumes and curies are not significant compared to the totals that are the total limits for the site. Not aware that the applicant has, well, actually that may not necessarily be true. The applicant may have access to another disposal facility for these materials. I'm not entirely certain the answer to that question. It's not field sources though, so. And the applicant actually requested import authorization from August 1, 2013 through August 31, 2015. So actually they've requested sort of a 2-year period for disposal of the materials, and any approval that we would grant would have to take into account that we have to know how much they shipped 1 year versus the second, or I'm sorry, probably the second year versus the third year if we're talking in terms of facility operation, so that we could account for that to ensure that we don't exceed the authorized limits. And I actually cannot answer the question of whether they can send this material to another disposal facility or not. I'm not certain if the facility in Clive could accept it or not. There you have it.
Other questions for Mr. Salzman? Ms.
You already
Simmons.
said you couldn't answer the question I was going to ask. But I think it would be helpful for us to be thinking in the short term to be deciding where do we draw the line for Class A waste. I mean, this is totally Class A waste. It's nothing about mixing or it being more difficult. So I would like to know if they had another place to ship it to. It's also a utility, and that usually has, this is a small one, but usually it's a bit larger. I'm wondering, perhaps we can talk during the rule process, not today, but where we draw the line to say, okay, it's worth it for us to safeguard the cubic foot imprint. At what cubic foot level, and whether or not utilities might be instead looking at utilities as a separate thing instead of the small source.
Sure. Dan, can you answer the question about whether they could ship this material to Clive? Are you aware?
I don't have the application in front of me, but if it's Class A,
It's likely that it could go to the Clive facility.
I can't think of any prohibition with it now.
Okay.
Rod.
Rod Balser, President of WCS. I just want to address the Class A issue a little bit. You're right. Unlike some of the brokers, this is not just silt sources. This is Class A, and this is typically high dose rate Class A. So these are going to be Class A resins. This is not the dry active waste that the typical Texas and Vermont utilities are exporting out. And so for our facility, this waste is going to go into a concrete canister, be disposed of like the Class B and C waste. It's high dose rate, so it does have higher dose rates on it, and we are competitive with the Clive facility for this waste. So for us and the economics of our facility, we're in effect saying we can't economically treat that dry active waste, so we're approving and supporting the export of the Texas and Vermont utilities dry active waste and similar waste like that, where it is being disposed of more economically at a different facility. But for the high dose rate waste, we would like to go ahead and import some of that, almost kind of trading off smaller volumes for the higher dose rate waste, which has a higher revenue dollars associated with it, for the lower activity and lower revenue streams. As we are still saving that compact waste space, and then we're still With all the import in front of you today and what we foresee, we'll not have any kind of volume restrictions. So if the utilities in Texas and Vermont want to start shipping all of their waste to us, we can still handle all of their needs. But for the meantime, in the situation we're in right now, we encourage and support that these higher dose rate Class A waste could come to WCS and be disposed of there.
Go ahead, James.
I would just like, for consistency's sake, to think about it, and I understand. I was thinking for sure from an economic standpoint, WCS would prefer it this way. But if we can be consistent and maybe write down some of the things that you just said about the Vermont and Texas waste, that might be good.
Yeah, we'd be happy to work with you on that.
Well, we noticed that WCS has yet to submit comments to our ongoing rule revision process, but we anticipate that you will. And the question that I hear being phrased, Jane, that you ask is, okay, what should we do about Class A, particularly given the changes in Texas law on in-compact generators and how that's to be handled now? What do we do about importation of Class A? Should we treat it separately from the prohibition against Texas and Vermont generators?
Yeah, and I will note the legislation that passed did allow containerized Class A waste to be imported. So I think this is all consistent with that, as these resins are containerized.
Okay. So
I was just going to add that whenever you start talking about primary coolant filtration and resin filter beds and stuff, they do require some special handling. And even though they are Class A, and I need to remind everyone, when our waste site was first conceived, it was primarily to be a Class A volume waste site, way back when. So I think we'll have to look at it based upon what the type of waste is in addition to the classification.
I assume that there's a contract in place for WCS to take this material.
I believe there is, and if not, it is shortly coming.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Rod.
Thank you.
Ms. Haddon, you said you wanted to make some remarks about this one.
Yes, I appreciate the call for public comment. I just wanted to add briefly to the comments I made earlier, and they do apply to this application as well as others, that Seed Coalition has ongoing concerns about water at the site, both in the monitoring wells and in standing water. And I know TCEQ has recently been looking at an amendment that would allow burial of waste even if there's standing water, as long as it's in another part of the site. Well, when you do a little Google search, you can find out that standing water was an issue recently in July on the highway, and enough of an issue that an 18-wheeler truck hydroplaned, and it hydroplaned into another 18-wheeler truck. So I would say there is some standing water in the area, and it certainly looks like there's been more rain than there has been. And I would urge you, again, to consider that issue. And the reason is that disc waste, as well as other waste, it is supposed to be disposed of in a site that is completely dry, and those are ongoing safety concerns, as well as the transportation issues, which the accident certainly points out. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Haddon. Any other questions or comments? Do we have a motion? If not,
Jane, I would agree, and I share your comments concerning, the Commission needs to look at, particularly in the import rule, about this Class A issue and how we sort of address it so that we can do it systematically and not piecemeal. I make a motion that we approve the PPL Susquehanna application 1-0043-00. Waste coming from Pennsylvania. The waste description is water treatment filter media. It's Class A, unstable. The volume is 361 cubic feet. It's 486 curies, and it's 82.8 millicuries of C14 for a period through August 31, 2015. I would also ask that there be a proviso where PPL Susquehanna has to provide information with regard to how much volume they're shipping prior to August 31, 2014, and then we would use that to, in essence, reduce the allocation for the third operational year by whatever they ship in the second year. I hope that wasn't too complicated.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion among commission members? Dick?
This is entirely Class A waste, and I think the reasons that have been articulated for including Class A waste in the other shipments probably don't exist in this case. I mean, I assume they can ship to Clark or other places. You know, having said that, I'm not going to vote against it. I'm going to abstain because I represent a subsidiary of PPL in the case. But I really am concerned about this business of loading up on Class A waste. I think it takes up volume that should be available to compact generators. And if the compact generators are sending Class A waste out, I don't know why the other generators can't.
There was a discussion, a brief discussion about the fact that this is high dose rate containerized material as opposed to the large volume, low dose rate.
Does that mean that the other one, I'm sorry, I missed it. Does that mean the other ones can't take it?
No, we also heard that there's no known prohibition for sending it to Clive. It's just that WCS, when they got asked, we did ask them, and they said that they were competitive in this market because it's containerized high dose rate, when Ms. Moore said it requires special handling. So that was the reason, and it's very small volume. And that's a very brief summary of the discussion. Okay. All right, I understand that you're going to abstain. We now have a motion. It has been seconded. So I'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And we'll note one abstention. Are there any opposed? No oppositions. There being 1, 2, I did vote 3, 4, 5 ayes, 1 abstention. No noes. The motion passes. And show the chair voting aye. Next, and I'm going to try to get through these next two, and then we'll see about interrupting our rush through the agenda. Next is the 7F Tennessee Valley Authority. Mr. Salzman.
Technical Committee received an application from Tennessee Valley Authority, that's 1-0044-00, received July 1, 2013. Oddly enough, signed July 30, 2013. Received by us. Obviously the date signature was a typo or something, so I can't explain that. Tennessee Valley Authority is a waste generator requesting authorization to dispose of this material. That material is Class A, Class B, and Class C stable, dewatered, bead resin, Powdex resin, filters, sealed, and check sources. And they did receive approval, the WCS did, to dispose of these materials in a letter dated July 3, 2013 from TCEQ. TVA has requested authorization for 2,000 cubic feet, 1,500 curies of total radioactivity, 681 millicuries of C14, 45,600 microcuries of technetium-99, and 1,650,000 nanocuries of I-129. The material will be coming from the states of Alabama and Tennessee, which are part of the Southeast Compact and do not require export authorization. The volumes are small compared to the approved limits for the facility. With the exception of the Class A material that they reference, which some of those materials may be disposable at the Clive, Utah facility. The Class B and Class C part of the application clearly is not disposable anywhere else. And in the application, they requested authorization through April 27, 2014. I suspect because they weren't aware of the change in the Texas law. So I think we would probably address that authorization date and make it common with the other authorization dates that we received. And the technical committee is recommending approval of this application.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Salzman? I suspect there will be on the Class A material, perhaps.
I've asked all the questions I think I'm going to ask.
Okay. Ms. Sanders.
I would say that this illustrates what the gentleman was saying before. It's that this is an incentive for the utilities to put it all together. How we accept it is an incentive because of the economics of classifying the waste and shipping waste that we need to think of as we do our rules. If we want to dissuade the utilities from putting Class A waste into it, the way we're doing business now is not. It's acting at cross purposes to that. I am being so totally inarticulate. I just got back from my daughter's wedding, but I would think that when we do the rule, not particularly to this thing, we need to think of how we provide incentive for utilities in particular to separate their Class A waste if we, as a committee, do not want it all put together. So.
Any other comments from the commissioners before I get to Mr. Paulson? Judge?
Real quickly, I'm not getting, we have two people that both can take it, and that means there's economic things, and these guys are out here in business, and I can't see us squandering that business and telling people you're going to have to take it to either one of them. That's the part I see. And I may be totally wrong, but because if I call up him and I said, he'll take it for $5, and I call him up and he take it for $4 and he'll come get it, I'm going to call him.
Except that the gentleman before pointed out that it cost for shipping it has a particular cost, and then shipping part of the waste to Clive is costing one amount, and then shipping part of the waste to WCS has a separate amount.
But I'm not seeing where this commission is involved in that.
We're only involved if we do not like the idea of accepting too much Class A waste and using too much of the cubic footage of the plant. And I think we need to have that discussion. I'm certainly open to discussing it, but there's been a consistent dialogue over the last, as I've been here, that we don't really want to take Class A waste to use up too much of the facility, so that we end up having less cubic footage available.
Yeah, but to me that was dry waste. It wasn't wet and higher waste. I will concede it was, to me, the dry waste that South Texas and our 3 power plants do was one thing, but the Southern is another thing to me that is actually on the market. The $5 and $1.50, he comes and gets it, top thing. I mean, that's business. I'm having trouble figuring out where this rule, because I don't wanna make a rule that, one, goes against state law, and then two, what's the word, disenfranchises the business.
Mhm.
That's what my comment was, Mr. Chairman, I'll shut up.
Oh, that's fine. I wondered when we were gonna get there, but now that we're there, it's interesting. Dick, did you have something to add?
Well, I just, I think sometimes you have to go back to the upper left-hand corner. I mean, this facility was established to take compact generators waste. And if you go back, there was never any business about imports and that sort of thing originally. It is now flipped. It's now, the whole thing now is imports, and it is taking significant volumes of imports. And but there were two, as I understood it, there were basically two conditions in that change. Condition number one being that the imports would, in effect, subsidize the rates to the compact members. So the compact members should feel happy and secure by the fact that there were going to be imports, as long as it didn't take too much space or their space. And I assume that they all, since we haven't heard any objections from them, that they're all really happy and enjoy the lower rates that they expected. Second was that it was going to be basically high-level waste, B and C waste, and that there was this other trade-off, which I understand is in the contracts between WCS and the compact generators, that the compact generators could send their A waste elsewhere. And I don't recall that where we were, when we went into this with our eyes open, I don't recall where we expected that the facility would be a repository for A waste. Now, I understand there are exceptions in the sealed source and so on, but and difficulty of but in small volumes of kind of separating. But to my way of thinking, the idea was that the compact was, when we passed on imports, it was going to be high-level waste, and part of the reason for that was that it wouldn't take up the kind of space that we're going to need in the future for the compact generators. I mean, we're the only, I guess everybody knows, we're the only one that does this. We're the only commission that takes imports like this. And it's kind of an interesting angle, but I think we do have to be careful about that.
Any other comments from any of the commissioners? Okay, and I'll just weigh in because I have my own thoughts, and that is that in this instance, the Andrews facility is licensed to receive Class A, B, and C. And Clive is certainly a business competitor, and we're considering an import application for a facility that does have to take it. Now, we are concerned with capacity. There is no doubt that we want to have a site that stays there to provide capacity for Texas and Vermont generators when they need it. And so, from my perspective, one of the questions is, what impact does this have on the capacity? And based upon this application, not very much. And that's one of the things perhaps we should talk about in the Rules Committee. Secondly, the general notion about, there's been a lot of public talk about preserving capacity by sending the high volume, relatively low dose rate material, low curie content material to an alternate location to preserve the volumetric capacity of the site. And we are concerned about volume. We're also somewhat concerned about curies. We have to be, because that's part of the capacity of the site. is measured in curies instead of volume. But I have to say that when we're so new at this and just getting our feet wet, and capacity is certainly there to allow it. But the overarching question comes back to the rules discussion about what are we going to put in our rules about importation agreements of Class A. And this is a good discussion for all of us to prepare us for that. Those ideas, that we could express them and fight about them, okay, and discuss them certainly. And so, but that being said, I think I'm ready for a motion unless somebody else has some other comments. Rod, I'm sorry.
Maybe I should have sat down and let you go for the motion. But I appreciate being able to comment, and I appreciate the comments. Like the judge, we do want to compete for this waste. It isn't a large portion. Previous legislation had 50,000 feet. All of the waste we're talking about that we foresee for any particular year would be well less than that. The 275,000 curies that we have now is a large allotment. For this particular application with the Tennessee Valley Authority, I'm not sure it was noted, but this application is not actually asking for an increase in volume or curies. It's only asking to add additional waste stream and the Class A waste. So in effect, they would be, some of the waste shipments that were going to be B and C would be A, and we've had that happen to others as well, as they actually characterize and profile this for shipping, then that it's determined exactly what class it is, as we heard from Russ Myers earlier. And so those calculations think sometimes that waste does, I'll say, reclassify from what they thought would be B to A. But it's the same type of material, same type of shipping, same type of handling, and it does also bring in higher revenue dollars than some of the lower activity waste does. We need this kind of waste to help sustain the compact facility. We're happy to compete, and this type of waste is being shipped to us by the compact generators. Both South Texas Project and Vermont Yankee have shipped the high dose rate resins to us, and multiple shipments of that. So we take this type of waste, we're competitive for it. What we find is as customers ship to us, they get used to that process, the customer service and other things, and they'd like to ship us what they can that is competitive. All of it's economic and business based. And so as we go through this, being able to approve some of these applications for Class A allows us to have that confidence from our customers that they will be able to ship it. And of course, the shipping schedules and things, there's long time frames for them to get things approved and shipped and actually disposed of. So this helps provide some of that certainty and sustainability that we'd like to have.
Okay. Thank you. I hope you can tell from our discussions you're going to have a job to educate us in the practices that is associated with the waste, particularly as it pertains to Class A, and the distinctions on how it's identified and labeled and when and what we need to do about it to handle it, because we're going to need that help.
We'll be happy to provide input.
Dick?
As I understand what you're saying, there's no distinction between being a compact generator and an out-of-compact generator. That in-compact generators can ship A, B, and C to you, and out-of-compact generators can ship A, B, and C to you. Why are we sitting here? I mean, but what's the, I know you've wondered that yourself, but what's the distinction? If everybody can ship any kind of waste, then we just kind of wave it through.
As you have noted, you guys are protecting the capacity and making sure that we have facilities available for those in-compact generators. And what we're trying to do is manage the business based on those expectations, along with trying to take the high dose rate type of waste, which is much smaller volumes than the dry active waste. It's probably less than 10% of the dry active waste type volumes. It's a very small, but it would provide possibly the same type of revenue dollars, just from what it is and how it's priced and things. And so taking that smaller volumes does protect that capacity, and I think volume capacity is the, concern that has been raised at the commission. Meanwhile, I am, through licensing and other things, trying to expand the capacity for volumes at the compact facility to further enhance those as well. So we're working on multiple fronts to protect that, and I recognize the commission is here to do that as well, and we're just trying to juggle those balls.
But can you give me a distinction between the way a compact generator and a non-compact generator, other than, I assume that the prices are different for the two.
I was going to say the biggest difference is the pricing. So the out-of-compact are paying more than the in-compact generators. And the out-of-compact generators are, in effect, funding the pricing discounts we're able to provide to the in-compact generators.
Can you quantify that at all?
I cannot. Sitting here today, I can't.
Jenny?
My understanding is during the first year of operation, non-compact generators can send 220,000 curies, and during and 50,000 cubic feet, and then after that it's 120 or something like that.
So there was legislation that just got passed and is effective September 1st that allows those curies to be 275,000 per year.
Per year.
And the year would be changed to the state fiscal year, August 31st.
Okay. And so the cubic feet, how much has that been raised?
I believe that got removed out of legislation, so there is no limit on cubic feet.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay, thank you. Oh, I know. I had asked before, I think that it would be very helpful for us if we had just a graph showing where are we each time with WCS, how much cubic footage has come in, instead of just looking at it one by one, to be able to see the cumulative total as we go along. You might feel a little bit more comfortable knowing how much of the cubic footage and the curie allowance has been used as we have these things in front of us, instead of just, here it is, and they all stand alone.
Sure, and this was going to be in my WCS report later, but to date through July 31st for the second operational year, we've disposed of a total of 2,100 feet and 5,140 curies. In-compact generators comprise 760 feet and 170 curies of that total amount. So it's very small feet and curies.
And if I may, as a reminder to the commissioners and Commissioner Saunders, you weren't here last time, y'all made a decision that we would actually put information to that effect on our website, updated quarterly, which we will do.
And Rob, I'm just going to make an observation. We always, there are all sorts of things discussed, and we make our decisions on the basis of information that we have available to us. So if there are questions about things that we don't know, we're going to make our decisions on the basis of what we do know, not speculate about what we don't know. All right?
I have definitely gotten the impression I need to send in comments on rules and particularly address Class A waste.
All right.
Message received.
Thank you. Any other comments from any of the commissioners? Mike, did you want to talk to us? Y'all know, I don't know how many people know Mr. Mobley, but he's come forth and you can identify yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Mike Mobley, Chair of the Southeast Compact Commission. And I just wanted to comment based on a number of the questions. Number one, I think you're doing a great job. This is a tough issue to deal with. You got all these variables that are floating out there, and you're struggling with this one, and another one pops up, and you say, well, how did that get there? And so, in essence, it's a learning curve, but you're learning something that's moving all the time, so you're always learning. It's really tough. So I hear you asking good questions. Just a couple of observations based on our experience in the Southeast Compact when we had a site, and we didn't have a site, and now we're thankful that Texas has a site. One is you're getting a lot of things coming out of the closet right now because no one had a disposal site. So there's a lot of oddities coming out. It's very important that these really be looked at because a number of these things with steel sources, they're very small sources, but they had no disposal access. It's very important we get those sources somewhere in a disposal site when they need to be in a disposal site. Those that can be reused, obviously they can be reused. But we don't need sources laying out somewhere waiting for something to happen. And that's part of the reason for the Conference Radiation Control Program Director's effort to get all these wayward sources, disused sources, I think is a technical term, but I have trouble saying that, disused sources. It sounds weird. The question about the Class A volumes, I mean, really, from a compact perspective, that's your focus. You know, the regulators focus on the risk and all of those issues, but the real focus from a compact perspective, you know, is your volumes, what you can allocate out for out-of-region waste versus in-region waste. That was a big issue for us with the Southeast Compact some years ago when we had a site. And you know, you can get tangled up in it, but one of the things that I have observed, both as a regulator and as a compact commissioner, is that economics are a major driver of anything. So you have to set your limits and look at how your limits evolve and understand that economics is a big driver. So in this situation, you have a situation where economically it's cheaper to send certain types of Class A to Clive or elsewhere, but I guess Clive's about it. But then when it gets up to a certain level where Clive has to do something special to it to make it fit that site, then suddenly the economics drives that particular waste toward the Texas site. So that, I mean, that's in reality what's happening here. Obviously, and this comes from my regulator days, I always wish I had the right economics to drive things to make people do the right thing from a regulator perspective, in which case you wouldn't have to be there anymore other than to tweak the economics. But unfortunately it doesn't work that way. And in a sense, the same thing happens for the Compact Commission. You really can't drive the economics unless you can, you know, adjust your fees appropriately, but that's difficult to do. So you're always going to have these little economic drivers that are going to force these requests for this special waste to go to this site versus that site. And that's just an observation. I'll take any questions if you've got any.
Thanks, Mike. Are there questions of Mr. Mobley from any of the commissioners?
Appreciate him using South Carolina. That was their side.
Right. Yeah. When they were still part of the compact. Right. Well, they got mad at us.
Using your expertise and knowledge, institutional knowledge to help us out. Because you're right. There's a lot of goats in the closet that are starting to come out.
Right.
Well, I think this commission per se realizes that and knows that.
Yeah.
We look at every one of them, doesn't tell them to do it.
Yeah. I mean, you're doing a great job. I mean, it seemed like that you're sort of struggling, and I mean, it's a struggle because you're trying to figure out, well, why are we seeing these? Well, it's the economics that are driving it in one direction. Next year there'll be some other economic driver that'll be driving. You'll be looking at who knows what.
And that's one of the interesting things about us, and one of the reasons I said what I said is we don't know much about economics of this site, and we're not and it's not our job. So we're looking at capacity.
Right. So. And it's the economics that's on the outside too.
We understand that exists, but we're going to make our decisions based upon what we know and have access to. Okay.
The only way you can.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have a motion?
Actually, before I make a motion, I have a question for Ms. Zing. And Rod reminded me of this issue, and that is the actual TVA application is identical to their previous application that we already approved. The only difference is they're requesting to add Class A and sealed sources and discrete sources. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So, before I make the motion, I'd like input, which is, we could, in theory, amend TVA's application. They already have an approved application for this volume in Curies. There is no change to that. So we could, in theory, just amend their current application rather than giving them a new approval, because they don't need additional volume or Curies.
What I'm going to say is we can't amend their application. We can amend our agreement.
We can, correct. We could amend our agreement with them. Is there a...
If you want to move to make this agreement comport with this new application plus the old one.
Right. Is there a feeling one way or the other? I don't really want to approve another application with the same volume and Curies, because they're not going to ship double the volume and double the Curies.
Like you're doing doubling.
Right.
That's an appropriate concern.
Well, then, I guess I can entertain a motion to amend the current agreement.
All right, I'm going to make a motion that we amend, hold on one moment. We amend agreement 1-0031-00 with the Tennessee Valley Authority to incorporate Class A waste and sealed and discrete sources with...
The one change I would suggest making in the motion is that the agreement number is actually 2-0031-00. The application was 1-00.
Oh, I apologize. So it would become, the agreement would become 2-0031-01.
For the first amendment.
Correct.
For the amendment in accordance with the application that we've got
Correct.
under consideration.
Which that application number is 1-0044-00.
Got it. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there additional discussion among the commissioners? Is there anybody that wants to add their 2 cents worth to what we're talking about here? Hearing no, I'll call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
There's one no. Chair votes aye. And therefore the motion passes. Okay? All right.
Can I make one addition, just for clarification and to the defense of Tennessee Valley for submitting it as a new application, and I want to make this comment so that it can be considered as part of our rulemaking and how we do amendments. One of the reasons that TVA submitted this as a new application, instead of amending 2-0031-00 in the first place, is because our amendment process for adding waste is unclear. However, our process for a new amendment is very clear. So they chose to do it that way. And so to the extent that this may be happening in the future, we want to incorporate how we want to do this as an amendment versus a new application in the rule. I just put that to the record as something we could consider.
I thank you, and I know that this is just one of those things we've been learning as we've gone through this process that we plan to look at in our rulemaking. Okay, one more of these, consideration of possible action on the following applications. This is 7G XL Energy Monticello. Mr. Salzman.
The technical committee has reviewed an application from Excel Energy, which in this case is at the Monticello plant. Was received July 1, 2013 and signed June 26, 2013. That's 1-0045-00. Monticello will be acting, or Excel Monticello will be acting as the waste generator for the materials. and they have requested authorization to dispose of Class B and Class C stable powdered demineralizer resin, and WCS has received authorization to dispose of those materials in a letter from TCEQ dated July 3, 2013. They are requesting authorization for 260 cubic feet, 137 curies of total radioactivity, 10 millicuries of C14, 7,000 microcuries of technetium-99, and 600,000 nanocuries of I-129. I'll note that that value is listed as an LLD. This has come to the attention of the commission previously that number is basically an estimated activity based on some scaling factors that they have to use. The material will be coming from the state of Minnesota, which is part of the Midwest Compact and does not require export authorization. The volumes in curies are not significant in comparison to the approved disposal limits at the site. The applicant does not have access to another disposal facility that I'm aware of, and the applicant has requested import authorization for a one-year period, but I would suggest that we probably change that to an August 31, 2014 date as we have for the other agreements that we've initiated. And the committee recommends approval.
Thank you, Mr. Salzman. Are there questions of Mr. Salzman about his report on Excel Energy? Any questions from any of the commissioners? Any comments? Okay. Is it okay, or do you want to take time? We'll give you the time to look over it.
I'm okay.
Okay. I'm ready for a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the import agreement 1-0045-00 from Excel Energy. The waste would be originating from Minnesota. The waste description is powdered demineralizer resin. The waste classification is Class B and Class C, and the waste form is stable. Volume is 260 curies. I apologize. 260 cubic feet is the volume, 137 curies, 10 millicuries of C14, 7,000 microcuries of technetium-99, and 600,000 nanocuries as an LLD of I-129, and that this agreement would be through a period of August 31, 2014.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion among members of the commission or questions? Discussion? Anybody in the audience care to comment on this matter? No comments, then I'll call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before you break, may I ask a question? I'm back on the Tennessee Valley Authority.
TVA.
I guess it's a question for both Lee and John, but the current agreement is for through April 27th. Is that correct? So we just amended that. Do we need to worry about August? All of our.
Can we take a look at that through the break and come back?
Sure.
Thanks.
Sure. Details. We are going to take a break, and we've been going for almost 2 hours, and so we're going to stop for an hour, and we'll start up shortly after 1. Give people a chance to stretch their legs, walk around, and get away from us for a while. So we'll be in recess. Thank you.
Shortly after 1.
Shortly.
We've never done anything.
What are we supposed to do shortly? Jump right into the city of Richmond, come back here.
Oh, really? We take the whole hour? We started at 10.
You have a flight out.
Yes.
Well, what's your...
There's only a couple of unless I can stay in the
When you have to go, you gotta go. I found it very good. I have to do this. Some days you can walk right on the line. Some days you have to, you know,
I don't know. Dick, that is so far. And you got the new exhale. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, because I need to be back by tomorrow morning.
we'll have a walk. If you leave a little early, we got
How you doing?
It's a lot better than it was before, I tell you that.
Yeah, well, I picked that up from your comment. Yeah. I wonder,
I would think that the, probably being on the corner.
don't know, I think we're gonna.
And so, I just have to.
Well,
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about that later.
Moving it out. Well, I'm biased.
So that's what
Yeah, and if you didn't look at it, part of it is, you really got a lot of restrictions or pretended.
Yeah.
That's sort of what y'all Yeah, he's good, well.
Right. But also, you mentioned people there. I time restrictions. Apparently he's got
I won't say it's worth it. Yeah, all right, like we didn't do two shipments, we found the problem. All right, y'all take care.
And that's something I have been really talking about, is one of the numbers that is just a good point. I wish you would. Okay.
That depends on work.
Oh, no, I understand. Believe me, I understand. It's a concentration average, so anything you call it. So,
And that was before our past came back on, and then also we came back on English a little more. They rolled up the program. So, and that was all the things in there. We never really got involved in that. Oh, you saw that?
Well, you know, after we got that material, it's on that back.
Elizabeth, I wanted to talk to you before you leave. Okay.
One of them.
But, yeah, I guess Illinois.
They did say one of the stickers on the way. That the activity of the source average in the same way that they said, and must be in accordance with so they covered both sides. But if you put a source in,
there are classic sources that can't go in because concentration average right? So there's that, those classic sources with that. But it can't go over the concentration averaging over the size of the source. It has to meet both, but that's probably more of an encapsulation. Yeah. It can't, there's a sincerity concept. Class A package one is greater than that. Class A source one. And so when these applications come in, you want to shoot Class A. Filter out, and they are Class A.
Oh, right, yeah.
When you average it over.
That's the one thing I didn't understand when I first got involved.
So we can get close. Is that good?
I assume that for one budget. And they were gonna put 200 military.
And that's the gap, that's the gap that we're seeing for Class A.
Maybe.
And then there's some of the economics, there's collective DCs really A and everything.
That's what, that's what, I'd never heard of anybody segregating Class A sources out. They just, it got,
we came online.
It was DC, we throw it in.
Yes. It's unfortunate, why we expect that. But there is two things, the economics is growing and the gap between this Class A and this short, and that's why we're doing that. I don't think there's any
well, part of it is, the thing that I understand why all these funded with segregated and even if they did, it's sure because you can probably bring them in with the
but you want to see the thing with flag is real. Well, I had that conversation with folks. All right, yeah. I mean, all this we're doing it anyway. And I said, okay, that's the job.
Yeah. Well,
mean, there'd be a lot of class A horses being ordered.
And it,
That's in the current day now, where they see that expanded to include PCD.
yeah, but again, like I said, I don't know why.
How are we doing on our?
The eighth and the fourth thing. The ones that no floor.
Well, there you go. Okay,
Then which one?
when you appeal, you sit down and go through the checklist.
Well, I think he thinks we should do it without it. If he left for real, he'd say, put it in, not go back.
But like I said, I don't even know why I final check.
Let me see if I can go through this. Because I think I would.
Right.
I didn't know.
Nobody emailed or wrote me for it, but I have never seen there. I don't know.
Sources are in that was called
Okay,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But, and maybe,
She said we either had something right, she said.
Right.
But there's, yeah, well, there's no way, I mean, to my language, negotiators. Or what would be that? He doesn't, yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know what else to do. They want anything.
And of course, you know, it's stuff that is over certain periods or or the transfer ran in TCC, that's stuff. Not for Christmas. That's ECRI, as far I'm about 90% sure. I mean, it's all been, it's just focused on the personnel. Wait a minute, let me think about that. And what I can do is get you the right point of contact for that. Because, they do some stuff in terms of reactor, APU to LEU type of conversion, so there might be some ways there. But I don't think they would be, in this particular scenario, they wouldn't be responsible for the rate. I think chances are.
See, I didn't know much more than
I know. It's primarily skilled sources and, they did a lot of APU to LEU type of conversion for research reactor. But that work is supposed to be done. Well, and that was my thought, but I don't think I would be responsible for any waste generated involved with that because, number one, the site would be probably responsible for the waste, especially on national sites. Anyway, and especially domestic issues that one.
And so that,
and you're working with them on the certified jury stuff.
no,
No, in the sense of,
I just can't imagine. Because you are working with dealers. See, I mean, that, you know, so she may not be aware. Not really, you and Abby once in a while, but not no conference, or maybe with brokers, maybe going around, but you know, we're, some of the stuff that, we like to do. Yeah.
And you're all recovered from your bicycle thing. Oh, yeah.
Oh, come out of the one. And that's gonna be great.
One thing I experienced is change attitude. No, not all of us. We're not. Some people are not a good idea. It's like I have a son just left this morning. Still has a little. Right now, but that's not the greater depth. And her husband says, and I agree with that little lady, but the truth of the answer is, so you're the mayor, to take the same number.
Yeah. Oh, no, don't go anywhere. We need you here.
Well, it's nice for you to say that.
Yeah.
I gotta go pitch a plane.
Oh, well, good thing.
Yeah, Russ, good meeting you.
Good
to see you.
I'll be in touch
Yeah, anything we can do, I need
Yeah.
to appease my boss or one of my bosses. It's a very important thing. Aspect of work, yeah, sounds good. And they just had this conversation with me, things like on my past.
So you want to cross that off?
That's something we're doing.
Yeah.
And I think we are.
Good.
I think so too.
Well, good.
You guys staying till the second half?
Are you gonna stick around, or you gonna? I was hoping Ron would show up, and I don't know, all the stuff we have on the agenda.
Oh, export request. Well, I wouldn't have thought he would be here, and it's probably, he's not, I don't know if he's, I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah. Might be coming in late. Once I got here, he came. I just figured he might be coming in late.
I don't think he can hear this late though, because tow trucks were done by this time. You know, that's, but anyway.
But, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing, well, we picked up.
Yeah. Great.
That's why I said it's totally different, because I know what you're talking about, we come outside and see it, so, I knew it would be just 15, 22, but 10 gallon.
I don't understand after all that you looked at, and those are going to five. I don't understand after all the times we looked at those spreadsheets, how they came up with 16,000.
Oh, well, they found more. They found three containers that they had been there about 10 years longer than they did most of them. So, so they wound up, the two containers.
So are those gonna,
the two containers that sold me because it was something that made it inside.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. You know, I need to, right.
The two ones that have to wait, they'll be coming later, they're gonna look at cool down. And it won't, it's about, they said it's about 2/3.
I'll need to get information from you on the next date that John's gonna address. Just because I'm sort of shifting into this mode where we're looking at the numbers, we're looking at the state, we're trying to figure out what needs to change, trying to plan for current, regulations for the number of sources to take ship, and basically we're stuck to have info. So I don't know, I don't wanna burden on you with but information that you send me, I can then, put into a clear format. For example, if John is, I don't know which stage they're sort of right now, but like the generator that, like, into the pilot would be helpful.
John definitely talking about, he's also talking about, how to collect information.
Good. Good, yeah, California. Can you send me the generator list on that? You know what I mean? I don't think I have them. I have the Class A list, but those don't have the co-located DC. Great.
So it's all on one day.
Love it. No, that's just helpful, and then I can.
John, well, tell me that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, I know, this is such a great opportunity for us to get sort of, information and figure out correlations for
two checks.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I'm writing it, and here they are.
Cool. Let me show you.
And I don't have 2012 statements, I just have 2011.
Yes, that's what she did. She has, I think she has the 2012 one too.
Okay. These are the only two checks I wrote.
I did remember that you had these ones.
And this one was to Margaret, and I'll explain why. This one was, she got paid through August 24th, 2011. New fiscal year started September 1st. Between the 25th of August and September 1st, 2012, she put in more time. But beginning September 1st, 2011, we had an appropriation that covered our operations. So at that point, all of her services transferred to her continuing contract under the appropriations. They were paid on the legislative budget. She did have a few days of activities in late August for which she eventually submitted a bill for the stability.
So it's like a week's pay.
Yeah, basically. The other one, Mike Ford had some expenses, and he wrote an email that had these expenses. He didn't even request reimbursement, but because he was college. I thought it was important to write the check. Here it is, instead of the check. Those are the only two.
So really, there's only been one
Check written today.
and there have been none since that on that account. Everything else is gone through.
Everything else has been supported by the appropriation and gone through contract.
Well, that makes, I think that makes this easy.
Now, the rest of the charges on the account, there were charges to the UPS store.
Right.
And that was for the basic rental. And then when we got the package, we made a charge to notify Margaret that we had received the package. That's set up under the contract when she opened it.
So that was authorized.
That was previously authorized. The Verizon charges for her cell phones that she had will continue to come out of the bank account until we cancel the Verizon cell phone. But again, that was pre-existing when I became sheriff. And then there was some interest added to the account, small amount. That was, there was a check card purchase on one of the bank statements because when the check cards, Margaret used that card to buy supplies for meetings, office depot, because, and again, she was authorized to do that because she continued in the capacity as interim executive. But these are the only two I think I read.
Well, that's good. I talked to Jim this morning, and I don't know whether he has to do it. And he said, what? So, I have drafted motions, and I brought some resolutions that if adopted would replace the previous resolution and terminate it.
Okay.
And it would do what we talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
And then, so there's a motion to adopt that. And that's the specifics of that, Jim,
Okay.
But then also, I'm drafting a motion to ratify the change.
That's what we were saying.
And we can, I can modify this to refer to this, these specific items, and pay them now.
But we could verbally make the motion and we could,
This was resolution one.
yeah, and the other motions I'm gonna make, I'm gonna ask for a motion among the commissioners to do several things. One is to designate John and Lee as, signatories of our bank account.
That's what this is.
Yes. And they'll have to be monitored, of course.
I talked to Lee, she has admitted
willing to act as the local, regional person to approve expenditures. I ask for a motion from the commission to allow me to designate him, have that reflected in the minutes. And then we'll write that up and send it to the Board of Nursing, legislative, and whoever that is. So, but again, I just want to have all these things fuzzy wording.
Okay.
But,
You guys,
no, I don't have a word for it. I would say I'd like the motion to designate John as an additional person to approve expenses as authorized under agreements for travel for. Here's that. I'm not around. It's very I approve each of the I approve the request for reimbursement for any of the services for simulcasting TV. I'm always authorized. The rumor I've heard is that you put the so my name is his position is that what he's done, he's already employed. Then fulfill those duties.
which is not a
I wrote two checks. And I explained to Karen why, because Jenny's covered the first. Margaret began to charge her.
Where's your son living?
Director contract.
We're on West Fifth.
It went to
West Fifth, oh, in a condo?
So she got her payments were good.
Okay. How close
She
to
got her
6 Street?
payments really good.
Excuse me,
Instead of back to back.
okay, hey, so that's one was brand new.
Yeah, I didn't check the point.
Yeah, that was like that one, home area, you know, now, within the last, short time.
The reason these are out of sequence is because we had some of our other sequence.
He ought to have the, first disc to the ground, that ought to be.
Oh, yeah.
The hottest area in the world.
Should be that solid.
Should be.
I think, the bank's.
Fascinating to me how all that's happened.
But there would have been checks.
To show you how smart I was, I figured after the first 2 or 3 were floating, with a little office, you know, around the election. I thought, well, they'll be storing hay in there.
Oh, did we? I had.
Figured out where we were on those. And now, look at it, they tell me that there's 70–80% of
Well,
see, that's also how smart I am, but you can pick those things up. It's in there. Yeah, I know.
This is the flip side of
But
it.
the management issue, I had a friend. Had trouble.
I got it.
He has moved into one, you know, he bought one down, down about Holiday Inn on the lake. And, he was an old lawyer and, no offense, but, they conned him into being homeowners association and he regretted on many occasions that he ever did that, but it's worked out now. It's all worked out. Now, what they're doing, you know, first, couldn't have anybody lease. Then, well, you could have a lease long-term, blah, 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 family members and so on. And then finally they opened it up, and he had to deal with college kids, just all kinds of real mess.
He's everywhere though. He was in Carolina, Vermont. Did you go to Vermont? Good trip. Oh, what they do. Well, I stayed up there a week. We stayed up there a week until the weather finally broke about Friday and Saturday of that week. We were way over in Maine by then. Broke and got the rain, started raining. Yeah.
There we go.
What is your hometown? What do you claim Salt Lake is? We're all a lot over though. I didn't say wiser, I just said over. Oh, yeah. But you got to work really much, Jerry. Hillary Doran, he worked for, Clemens. Talk about her character. He had digged it out, traveled around El Paso, where his hearings were going on out there. That guy is, I mean, he is. He married the old secretary of the, electric company, ABCT, and took her to, I guess it's a condo, overlooks, Catalina Island, San Diego. He says every afternoon they go out and watch the sun go down with about a half a bottle of wine. Okay, I'm working on it. Came over to College Station, and I everybody saying that he is absolutely the worst freshman cadet ever to walk on campus. And he holds that in high regard. Bought a little ranch up there that went almost up to Eagle Pass, 10,000, 20,000 acres. Yeah, you
That's why I sit over here in the corner.
I think they're all safe in the bag.
One, two, three, four. We don't have
Jane, did you get travel arrangements? Oops.
Oh, you leave here at 2:42.
Probably pretty close.
Particularly if you have a preferred access or whatever, it's not that bad. If you have to wait in the regular line, it can stretch back. Yeah, getting through TSA is the biggest part.
We don't want you to miss your flight.
No.
If everybody wants to know, what we're doing is waiting for a quorum. I notice the absence of a quorum currently. We've reestablished our quorum.
I asked you, you said thereabouts.
I did.
You said 1 o'clock, I figured 10 after. Thereabouts. I think the rest of you know that.
Judge, you always mess with me, and that's allowed. Okay. Mr. Shattuck is also here. Next item on the agenda is item 8. It's consideration of possible action on the following petition and proposed order for exportation of low-level radioactive waste. And all three of these are bionomics. Lee, are we going to take these one at a time, or who's going to do this, you or John, or both of you?
Y'all have historically taken them one at a time, but you can do it however you'd like, and John will be presenting them.
Very good. Thank you for letting the chair know. John, do you want to do them collectively or separately?
I'd be happy to do them collectively.
Okay, we'll take up item 8A, 8B, and 8C. They are bionomics on behalf of Peloton Therapeutics, bionomics on behalf of Presbyterian Hospital of Dallas, Texas, and bionomics on behalf of VA Medical Center, Houston, Texas. These are all exportation. You're on.
Correct. And for Peloton Therapeutics, Dallas, Texas, they're requesting authorization to export for 1 year period. The waste is approximately 150 pounds of dry active waste and animal carcasses, and obviously the preferred method for disposal of those animal carcasses is incineration followed by ash disposal. In this case, the ash would likely go to Clive, Utah for ultimate disposal. For Presbyterian Hospital, it's 15 pounds, that's 15 pounds of material. In this case, it's called a plastic flood source, and in essence it's used for calibration of various detectors, and it's a large source, not very much activity, but it's a large source, and you can't fit it inside a drum without breaking it up or cutting it apart, and that generates more waste, and so it's really better to dispose of it via incineration. And the third one is from the VA Medical Center, and it is, this case, it's 5 pounds, and it also is a plastic flood source. Very low levels of material, all Class A, and I believe we've received a letter from WCS that supports the export of these materials.
That is correct.
Okay, and is your recommendation on each of them?
And would you like me to make a motion?
Just make your recommendation first. We'll see if there are any questions.
I recommend approval for Peloton Therapeutics, VA Medical Center, and Presbyterian Hospital of Dallas, all through bionomics for export.
All right. Is there any discussion or questions among commission members? Now you can make a motion, and you can make, we're going to do this, we want separate motions, even though we're considering that one will be fine.
I would defer to our legal counsel and have us make that motion.
One will be fine. One motion on each on the combined agenda item?
I make a motion that we approve the petitions for export from Peloton Therapeutics, Presbyterian Hospital of Dallas, and VA Medical Center, Houston, Texas, all via Bionomics Incorporated for export of the materials for a 1-year period.
Is there a second? Okay. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion among the commission members or questions? Anybody in the audience want to comment? Thank you, Rob, for writing and let us know what WCS is okay with it. Anybody else? Okay. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. It's item 8. Mr. Krause.
Before we get away from imports and exports, we probably should change the date on the one that we discussed earlier from April to August. And we could either do that by unanimous consent, including the person who voted against it, or we could have someone on the winning side move to reconsider the motion.
Rather than do that, I'll entertain a motion to reconsider that particular application, and I'll have to go back and refer to my notes to see which one.
I think I made the original motion.
That'd be good.
I make a motion that we reconsider the the import application from Tennessee Valley Authority 1-0044-00.
Is there a second to that motion? There's a motion made and seconded to reconsider the application that was previously voted upon to approve the Tennessee Valley Authority, what we're considering an amendment, actually. And so is there any discussion about that motion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No opposed, the motion passes. And so we're now going to reconsider the Tennessee Valley Authority application for import agreement amendment, if I can characterize it that way.
I make a motion that we change the expiration date for the import agreement with Tennessee Valley Authority. That application was 1-0044-00. And I make a motion that we extend the expiration date of the agreement, which would be labeled 2-0044-00. No?
No.
No, we are going to, instead of issuing new application or new agreement 2-0044-00, instead amend 2-0031-00.
That's right.
And it is that agreement with which we would extend the deadline to April 31st, 2014.
And to add
from April 31st, 2014 to August 31, 2014.
Correct.
And I assume the motion includes the addition of the requested items in this particular.
That's correct. The addition of Class A waste, sealed sources, and discrete sources.
All right. You all have heard the motion upon reconsideration. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion which changes our previous decision in the extent of extending the expiration date? Any questions? Hearing no questions or discussion, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, the motion passes. Thanks. Thank you, Jim. All right, we've considered item 8, and now we're down to 9. TCQ, Tanya, you're up. Oh, Tanya. Both of you.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Good afternoon.
I'm Tanya Berry, TCQ. I usually see Charles up here. Unfortunately, he has to be in New Orleans today. So I'm going to try to cover what you guys want us to talk about. He's in a mediation, so I think I got the better
Well, they're
draw.
also here at the Fifth Circuit argument today in the case against TCQ that got decided by Judge Jacks. I thought maybe he was over there for that.
He isn't. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Please continue.
Okay. So I think what you asked us all to talk about today was the low-level radioactive waste rate case and amendments. So as far as the, I guess it's the rate rule now, not the rate case, we had a public hearing on July 19th at TCQ where we had one oral comment received from waste control specialists in support of the rule. We did not receive any comments during the public comment period for written comments. So now the rule will go before our commissioners. It's scheduled for November 6th, I believe. And if they approve it, then to go on for adoption, it will go to the Texas Register on November 22nd and have an effective date of November 28th.
Just a question. What happens after the rates are adopted in final form that changes?
What changes?
Yeah, what changes?
Other
Other than the fact that right now we're operating under interim rates and you'll be final
I
rates.
believe the only difference in the rates is for Class A waste. It was $150 and it goes down to $100. Otherwise, it is the same rate. For all the other classes.
That's for in-compact.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay, and from the last time we met, we've issued amendment number 22, which was an administrative amendment. And all that did was merge the storage and processing license with our disposal license. There were no license condition changes, no wording changes. It was simply a merger of the two licenses. Next week, I believe, Amendment 23 will go into notice, which is a minor amendment. And some of the things it does is it modifies the C14 limit to exempt irradiated hardware from that limit. I know y'all have been discussing, especially Mr. Salzman, that issue. It consolidates the environmental monitoring plans between the since there was different licenses, we had an extensive monitoring plans, and it consolidates them and eliminates some duplications. And it removes pre-operational and construction license requirements that have already been completed but were left in the license.
Question about Amendment 22.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, you say you're combining them. Did they have separate curie and time limits, and how did all that work with the combined license for the processing and storage facility and the disposal facility?
Those limits are left in them, and they're separated still.
So you just have one license number? Is that
Yes.
what you did basically? Is put all the terms in one big license with lots more pages than having it in two separate licenses?
Correct. So it's now all under license 4100 for people who track it by the license number, but it is simply a word-for-word merger of the two licenses.
Are there still separate curie limits applying to the processing and storage facility and then applying to the low-level waste facility?
Correct.
Are there still time limits on the storage facility on how long they can store material?
Yes. Every limit that was in the storage and processing license was transferred over.
Thank you. Any other questions? John?
Tanya, would TCQ be able to provide us sort of a breakdown of the curies? This is related to Amendment 23.
Mm-hmm.
I assume that it's not approved yet, it's going into the process.
Right.
When that is approved, if it is approved, would TCQ be able to provide us a breakdown of the curies that have been received to date that were irradiated hardware? In other words, for C14, so that we could have that breakdown to know what we should be counting against the 600 curie limit versus what's excluded.
I can certainly look into how we'll be able to break that down for you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dick?
Do you do a calculation to try to figure out the extent to which the in-compact generators are being subsidized by the higher rates for out-of-compact generators?
No, we have not.
Do you feel that you have the numbers to be able to do that calculation?
Rod has agreed to provide those.
I assume that what you've done is establish revenue requirements that they will need in order to run the facility. And that's kind of what I assume you come out with in terms of when you establish the rates.
Back when the rates were originally established, a couple years ago, yes, that TCQ did that.
You're talking about interim rates, and you're about to adopt final, the permanent rates, and we're kind of curious.
During the SOA process is when we had I think we called it a proposed rate, and the rate that will be final. And at the time we did the proposed rate, I wasn't there, but they looked at the revenue requirements and all the things that went into the original rate, and that was developed the proposed rate, and then it's the proposed rate that we're taking on to be the final rate.
I mean, you've been at all these meetings. You know that at least some of us picked up on the idea that allowing imports would go to the benefit, ultimately be down to the benefit of the compact generators in terms of cost. And I'm just wondering, just asking an open question, I mean, where is that? Is there a way of, have you tried to follow that, or have you tried to quantify them in any way?
We have not tried to quantify that in any way up to this point.
Do you expect to be doing that? I mean, I would think you'd have the numbers to be able to do it. Although I may be wrong. I guess I just wondered whether you...
We can take a look at it and see what we can do.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
I'm interested in, we're not involved in the rate case, we never have been, but we are interested in having a viable site.
Mm-hmm.
So if there is a rule that has a basis of a revenue requirement, how do we find out, or do we, if we're curious, whether the revenue requirement that you postulate is being met? By the actual charges being made under the rates?
I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we do review the contracts, not my division, and I think they would have some of that information.
I'm not interested in contracts.
Okay.
What I'm interested in is money. Okay.
Yeah. Amy Richardson.
Yeah, Amy.
I just wanted to jump in to say that there are some, and I'm not trying to put everything on Rod, but there are some annual reports and some things that are pending that WCS does that, we could take some of that information, and some of that information will become part of the records, but I don't know if we're charged with doing the kind of calculation that you're talking about.
I've not, as you know, I've always said that WCS deserves to get revenue for what they have done. And we can't make people ship there.
Right.
We can, if they want to ship and they're in compact, we tell them they have to ship there unless they get permission to us to ship somewhere else. But we can't make them ship there. And one of the questions that I've had is there has to be a revenue requirement. We're talking utility law here, and Dick and I talk sometimes shorthand about utility law. How do we know whether that revenue requirement postulated in the rate that's being adopted is being met, is being achieved.
Well, like I said, again, there are audits that they're subject to that maybe, once they become part of the public record, calculations could.
That's what I want to know.
Right.
When and how does that information become public?
It really depends on what WCS submits and how they submit it. Sorry to be roundabout, but that they really are in charge of their own profit margins and things like that. So that's really a question for them, I think.
Let me see if I understand what you're saying. Are you saying that TCEQ might ask for it, but it's up to WCS whether you get it?
No, I'm just saying that the process of, I'm not a rates lawyer either, but normally people can make, they can do a call and say, you know, I'm challenging the rates this year, and a generator could do it, or somebody could say, you know, they are subject to a process where they can be reopened. So that might be a mechanism that it happens with, or what I'm really saying is that WCS does submit documents to us about how much waste they've received and things like that, and we do have the contracts, as we've talked about many times. So the information may be there, but I don't know if we're charged with doing the kind of calculation that you're talking about.
Well, I would like to be able to say at some point, you know, that, and I realize that we don't have a long track record here, but I would like to be able to say at some point with some degree of confidence that, yes, we're in the compact, Vermont is in the compact, Vermont is winning by being in the compact, and don't worry about all these imports, they're subsidizing the Vermont generators, which was, as I'm sure you recall, one of the reasons that was put forward for going into imports. Now, you know, we've gone into imports like gangbusters. I mean, they're just enormous. It's overwhelming, the amount of imports as compared to the amount of compact waste. And so I would like some confidence to be able to say, well, yeah, our people are paying less because of the imports.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think since we're going to meet in Vermont next time, then maybe we can address that then and come up with some answers for you.
Can I ask a
Would it help
question?
if the governor asked you?
Yeah, exactly. So I'd like to be a little more prepared if the governor's going to
Maybe you
ask.
will.
Can I ask a question that may help bring clarity if we're even asking the right questions to the right people? Does the TCQ have jurisdiction over ensuring that the out of compact rate subsidizes the in compact rate? Do y'all have jurisdiction over that question even?
We have jurisdiction over the in compact rate. We just happen to have an effect on the import rate, but it's
right. But we don't set the import rate at all.
Right. And you do, but let's say the governor of the state of Texas has a question of, are out of compact rates supplementing what the facility makes such that the in compact generators save money? Would that be a question that y'all's agency would answer, or would the comptroller or somebody else answer a question like that? Or am I asking a horrible question you wish I didn't even ask?
That one? I'll pick C.
Because I think that's part of the confusion is I'm not even sure that that's a question y'all have jurisdiction over.
I don't think it's something that we've looked at or evaluated whether it is in our jurisdiction, to be quite honest. It's something that's never been posed to us before.
That may be where we should start, is even determining if y'all are the right people to ask that question to. And if not, who would it be?
right, and we'll take it back to our office too and try to formulate an answer by the next meeting.
You know, you have the control of the financial end of this thing, and we realize that's not for us to decide. On the other hand, you know, in our kind of general charge, it seems to me, in our general jurisdiction, we should have a sense of how that's working and whether it's working the way it should.
Understand.
I'm approaching it from a different perspective just because I'm different. And to me, when TCQ comes up with a rate, okay, based upon, and we're talking about in-compact disposal, I realize that. Okay, there's a revenue requirement associated with that. And what I'm curious about, and I understand that WCS can meet its revenue requirements from a business perspective, lots of different ways that don't have necessarily anything to do with, they look at a whole different picture. But when TCQ comes up with a basis for a rate that is a revenue requirement, I don't know, it's $50 million a year or $30 million a year, I've never looked, I don't have a clue what it is. But I know what's normally in utility law covered in such things. And I also know that there are other sources of revenue that the company might exist. What I'm curious about is how closely the revenue generated by the rate set by TCEQ matches the revenue requirement that you use to set the rate. Is there any way to tell? And this doesn't have anything to do with whether WCS is making money or not making money, any of that stuff. It just has to do with the pure rate. And the reason I'm asking that question is those rates have a portion of them that is also used to fund our operations.
So Bob, I think that is subject to, like I said, a couple of different processes. We have the true-up process. We also looked at WCS's costs and their ability to recover costs when we set the margin. So,
yes.
Like I said, I think we will be getting information in the agency that will allow us to do the calculation. I just don't know if we're charged with doing it. So that's still the same answer, but I think that it's not difficult to do that. I think there will be information that we have.
I didn't think it was difficult
Yeah.
to. I just wondered if it was, if there was a process that was going to be in place to do it, and your answer is not that you know of yet.
Well, the true-up would be when a generator wants to challenge that.
Yeah, and we're not a generator.
Right.
We're just, I'm interested, believe it or not, and Rod may doubt this, but I'm interested in their financial well-being. I want the site to be successful.
We are too.
And so that's the reason because it could impact some of what we do about allowing imports or exports, quite honestly. And you heard this morning that our chairman of the Southeast Compact say there's always an economic component. And we don't have any information to use. So we're going to be not using information to make our choices. And that's the reason I'm asking the question, to see if there might be a way to get access to some of this information that make me feel better about it. So that's all I'm doing. Anybody else? I'm sorry. Jane?
I'm interested in safety issues, and I know we talk about where our responsibilities lie, and your responsibilities lie there. Ours do not, but we want to be informed. And we hear consistently, and we've gotten very good information from WCS about standing water in the past. With this crazy weather that's been going on across the country, I'm wondering if you have any more recent information and just could keep us abreast of any concerns that you have about safety. Any of your scientists or anybody has done any reports, we would like to see them and be informed about them in a timely fashion.
We can definitely keep you informed if we were to believe there was a safety concern out at the site. We would obviously take action, and we can definitely keep you informed if something like that were to ever come up.
Okay, and in terms of any reports that you have now, there's still no worries about?
No, we have no concerns.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
How does this standing water thing work? I mean, meeting after meeting after meeting, it's raised by sea, and we, and as you say, you know, if you had a safety concern, you would move on it. Can you just kind of explain that? I mean, what is the what's going on? Is the standing water just kind of unlikely to?
What Karen earlier mentioned standing water, and she mentioned it in relation to an amendment we issued. And what that amendment was built for was sometimes it rains. It's a hole in the ground that's not covered. And so there may be rainwater in one remote corner of the cell. That does not prevent them from disposing of waste that's sitting there ready to be disposed of in an area of the cell that has no standing rainwater. That is the license condition she was referencing.
Okay, and that's been kind of the case. The standing water's been kind of remote from
Right.
Their operation.
Correct. They would not be disposing of waste on top of standing water.
Yeah. But okay.
Okay. More questions from any of the commissioners? I don't hear any, so thank you both very much. I appreciate it, and I thank you for enduring my interrogation.
Always.
Okay. Rod, next you get to tell us all the questions that we wanted to have answered, or whatever you want to talk about. It's on the agenda, recent site operations and other matters.
Rod Balzer, President of WCS, and I would like TCQ to go first so I have a preview and can jot some thoughts down before I get up here. As I mentioned earlier, we have disposed of 2,100 feet and 5,140 curies of low-level waste in operational year 2 through July 31st. In-compact low-level waste comprised of 760 feet and 170 curies of the total amount. The licensing application information TCQ provided already. As far as imports and rate application and things like that, and I'm trying to get some of the cobwebs out of my head because it's been a year since I've looked at the rate application and things. But in that application, we did have a revenue requirement, and it was in excess of $100 million for the compact facility, and that assumed certain volumes and certain rates. And I don't remember all of them, but the BC rate was in excess of $6,000 a foot. The TCQ maximum rate that they posted for compact generators is $1,000 a foot. So it is significantly less than what our revenue requirement was that we requested. In addition to that, that TCQ maximum rate is the maximum rate, and thus for in-compact generators it can be at the maximum or even less than that. For out-of-compact it has to be more than that rate. And so for imports, they are critical to our operations because we had expected a revenue requirement that would have been in excess of $100 million, and it was based on having rates that were, quite frankly, probably unachievable because they would have been exorbitant and people would have stored instead of shipped for disposal. And the maximum rate has allowed in-compact generators to ship as well as out-of-compact generators to ship at a market rate. We will not achieve the $100 million revenue requirement this year. We have not received the volumes we expected in the rate application. As you know, a lot of waste has been exported. I did get some information since last time I was up here, and I think it's about 73,000 feet of DAW type waste has been shipped out of state. That would have been at the $100 rate. And so, you know, there's significant amounts of revenue that would have been lost there. But to replace that, we are asking for and appreciate the Commission approving the Class A high dose rate waste that's come in as well as the Class BC waste that's come in. As far as, you know, are the in-compact generators benefiting from importation? Absolutely. Without importation, those rates would have been significantly higher than the $1,000 maximum rate. And like I said, we proposed $6,000. So I don't think, I know we haven't, and I don't think anybody has gone back and tried to calculate what actual volumes are and what actual kind of price per foot on average and things like that. We do have all that information by contract and things, but obviously that's also confidential, and we prefer that not to get out into the public. So I can tell you that they're absolutely benefiting. Can I give you a specific dollar amount for, you know, Vermont Yankee, how much they've benefited? No, I can't. And with that, I'll address any other questions.
You have more questions, Dick?
No, that was, one of the more informative reports we've ever received.
At least on rates, on money. And, I hope you understood my questions. We're just trying to find out how the rates are matching up to, I want to see you guys stay in business. And
No, and I think I mentioned this before, it is critical to our business that we have consistency and stability, and so that the customers know that if they come apply, it's not a crapshoot that are they going to get an import agreement or not, and is there a lot of uncertainty there, because some of them, if there is a lot of uncertainty, will just bypass that and not bother to spend the time and effort on it. So I do appreciate what's gone on at the commission, and that stability and certainty has certainly helped us as we've gone into the marketplace and tried to get more volume to get our revenue requirement better met.
Well, you also heard the discussion about exports of Class A and why we're allowing any of that. And so we anticipate having more questions for you in the future about the mix and how this impacts, because if we hear from you, we might make a different kind of decision than if we don't.
No, and that's one of the reasons we continue to send letters in to let you know where we're at in the process, and I think this has worked out mutually beneficial for all parties involved at this stage.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you, Rod. Any questions, Judge?
Can you go over how the water's taken care of that fell this week?
Yeah, so for any rainwater that falls into the compact facility, we have water. If there's standing water or anything like that, we will address it. So if there is a mud puddle, a slight indention, we'll go out and put absorbent on it, or if it's a large puddle of water, we could use vacuum trucks and suck that out. Any of that kind of water that we do take out of the facility, and we have leachate collection pipes as well as just water removal infrastructure in place, would go into contact water tanks. And so these are large 500,000-gallon tanks. We accumulate that until there's enough that's sufficient. We can do sampling. Then we take that through a wastewater treatment plant facility, sample that again to ensure it's met all the discharge criteria, and then we have permits through TCEQ that will allow us to discharge that into an evaporation pond. All of the low-level facilities are zero discharge, so even the non-contact water, the water that falls on the road that doesn't go into the landfill, still gets diverted into a evaporation pond. So none of it leaves the site. It's all evaporated out. It's all handled within numerous permits through various divisions of TCEQ.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you very much, Rod. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, that was item 10. Next up is item 11, discussion and possible action to renew or extend the contract with Lee Ng as Consulting Executive Director and Audrey Farrell as Executive Assistant. We have existing agreements with Lee, as you know, and with Audrey. I would propose and recommend that we execute an extension for another year of Audrey's existing agreement. There might, under the current terms and conditions, it's stated on a per hour basis. And so let me take that one up first. Love a motion to renew Audrey's contract for another year under the existing terms and conditions. She's moving her address, so we'll have to make some slight modifications, but other than that.
I make a motion that we extend the agreement with Audrey Farrell for an additional year.
Is there a second? All right. There's a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. Passes. Next, Lee Ng. Lee and I were talking, and primarily she's willing to serve another year, she's told me, or to contract under the same terms and conditions for another year, which gives her a 30-day opt-out, as I recall, under the existing agreement. But she's, I think I can unequivocally say that her value exceeds what she's being paid under the contract. So she had last year set a rate that she was willing to accept for her services of amount of money that was less than I thought. So this year, my recommendation is we renew her agreement, but up her monthly stipend to $6,500 per month from its current $5,950 or $4,950 or something like that. Is it $4,975? What is it?
$4,975.
Okay. To they go up to $6,500 a year, and I'll make a little talk about this in when we talk about the budget too. But so I'd love to hear a motion to that effect. Somebody wants to make one.
I make a motion that we extend the agreement with Lee Ing for an additional year and increase the amount of increase the
monthly stipend
to $6,500 per month.
Is there a second? Motion was made and seconded. Is there any discussion of any of the commissioners? It's other terms and conditions stay the same. Go ahead, Dick.
The new rate is not reflected in the contract.
No, not in your book, because yesterday Mr. Carson told me I was going to tie it to a budgetary number. We haven't adopted a budget yet, and he told me I absolutely had to have an amount in it. So I called Lee about 7 o'clock last night, and we had a 3-minute discussion where we talked about it, and that's the number we agreed to do. And it's my recommendation to you. Okay. That's the motion. We have a motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes. And those are the same terms and conditions for the other portion of the agreement. And next, so that takes care of Audrey Farrell and Lee Ing. Next is a renew and extend the contract with Digitech Web Design for web development, maintenance, and hosting services. This is a contract we entered into on behalf of the Compact Commission to have our web assistants to Lee and Audrey to provide access and to help us post things when they're required. And Lee has told me that she has contacted them and they're willing to extend it at the existing rate for another year at $400 per month. And so my recommendation to us is if we have a motion to extend that contract for another 12 months at $400 a month. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that we extend the contract with Digitech for an additional year at $400 per month.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
Those guys that use it, is it good, bad, we need to change? Good? Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion or any audience member want to tell us we're doing horrible things with our website? Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nobody is opposed. The motion passes. Okay. That's item 12. Item 13, update on activities of the Commission's Fiscal Advisory Committee related to funding Commission's activities with development of a budget. And I'll take this on because under our bylaws, I had the Fiscal Advisory Committee. Fiscal Advisory Committee, under our bylaws, is the chairman, the vice chairman, and a Vermont commissioner. So I told Mr. Sadek yesterday that he and I were going to have a committee meeting, and we did. And Lee had developed a budget for us that is based upon the appropriation. And as all of you know, we had legislation this session that helped clarify the situation with respect to our budget. Thank you, Betsy. We really appreciate what you and Senator Seliger did for us. And basically, there is an appropriation that supports our actions, and essentially the funds are appropriated to us pot of funds, 88 go into 5151. We set our budget, we spend funds in accordance with the budget, and then if we don't spend all the funds, they go back into 88 at the end of a fiscal year to be repeated the next fiscal year. Lee developed a budget that is, and I can talk about the history of how these budgets came into being, because the judge and I were around when these budgets were first developed, and we had all sorts of considerations in the budget that came up, that ended up with the estimated amount at full operation of our things, including if we had, this goes all the way back to prior to 2011, when it was not clear that the Attorney General's office could represent us, as a matter of fact. And so there were provisions in the budget for attorney's fees. Now the Texas Attorney General can represent us, and I'll qualify that subject to bar things, bar association things, because there are sometimes conflicts of interest that cannot be waived. And we haven't run into those yet. But it's a problem, can be a problem for the Attorney General's office. So we might have to contemplate having our own attorneys for some matters, because we are an entity that exists now under federal law, but it's composed of both Vermont and Texas. And you can imagine the provisions that the potential conflict positions that Attorney General's office could get in. So we continue to have provisions for that. We also have provisions in the budget for technical assistance of various kinds. We determined that we need it now that we're up in operation, and this could be technical association for. It could be that we could hire a consultant, for example, to help us understand the waste industry issues and how it all works together, and help us form, we haven't contemplated doing this, but there could be any number of technical issues, or if we wanted, as Ms. Haddon has suggested, and we said we had the ability to take a look at some of the generators and what they're sending and that sort of thing, we could hire people to do that. All of that is included in this budget. It does have numbers that I will note for Audrey and Lee that are in excess of what we've agreed to contract with them for. And so my recommendation to you is that you have the draft budget. If you have questions, we can talk about the questions that are available to you, and we can certainly ask Lee. But Dick and I had a brief meeting about this yesterday afternoon, and we had our own comments. But Dick, do you want to add anything? And so at that point, we recommend that the budget in front of you, in the amount of the appropriation, basically, be approved and as the operating budget for the Compact Commission for the next fiscal year. And so, do I hear a motion to that effect?
Well, I'm to the point I've been all week, this is budget time.
Okay.
It does take, as I do at home and go in the morning, take these one at a time.
Okay.
I do have questions.
Sure.
And me and Lee's talked about this before, but this is just a question, it's not anything to deal with. The state of Texas has a salary, A1, whatever. Are you good with these numbers in the executive places, or are we off or not off, or what? You know what I'm saying?
I think I do.
You know, the state salary schedule for executive,
These, based on, I don't know the executive director salaries for a number of agencies directly, but based on my general understanding of them, for instance, knowing what the TCEQ executive directors generally paid, et cetera, the numbers that we have in this budget are low, but lower than that. But then again, the Texas Compact Commission doesn't operate and doesn't have the requirements that an executive director of an agency like TCEQ would have.
Well, I'm not saying like TCEQ, I'm saying the state of Texas has a salary thing. You can get your level an executive level pay scale?
This is approximately, Stacy can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is approximately a tier 2 salary level that y'all are proposing.
Yeah, I don't know, but.
There's tier 1 is, there's tier 1, which is 100,000 to 100 and blah, blah. And then
Yeah, I just wanna make sure we're not shortchanging our hands in, without having that state salary schedule. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Yeah, classification. Yeah.
I don't know the numbers, but yes, there are classifications.
I'm guessing y'all went back and kinda looked at that, or maybe not.
The other thing I have to add in is that neither Lee nor Audrey is an employee. And so.
No, that's true too.
They're both contractors. We're contracting with them.
That's true.
And so the budget is based upon a contract amount, not on an employee amount.
the salaries that are set out in the.
Okay.
The point is that the salaries that are set out in the appropriations bill are burdened by an approximate $40,000, 40% overhead rate because of insurance and those kinds of things.
Retirement, health insurance, that sort of thing. None of those are included here.
Secondly, we pay the Board of Nursing $12,000 to do our accounting. We don't.
I put an amount in there in case that issue should come up, that we would have it budgeted. But so far to date, the Board of Nursing has been very happy to do all of this for us for free. Should that ever change, there's money in the budget to accommodate that.
Or if we choose to hire somebody instead of going through the Board of Nursing, which is one thing that we contemplated at one stage.
I vote for Kizzy. I'm not, I'm just going on.
No.
Sure.
Somewhere else I thought, or I seen, I was fine. On the hobby building, we're not renting that, or we don't have any, we don't pay for that? We're good. Thank you, Mr. Selger's office, maybe.
The Board of Nursing again.
Okay.
But we have a contingency in case they wise up and start insisting upon a sublease payment.
Well, I think the commissioners need to always send money to our contracting executive director to make sure they get that feed in, what is it, December, or when did y'all feed them last time?
Oh, yeah. I don't remember when it was, but they liked that.
That's the only thing I had. I seen those numbers and I had a deal, but I just wanted to make sure that, but he is right, you are contracted, so that doesn't. I'll go back to my little world tomorrow and don't worry about it.
The other thing that I wanted to call to your attention is something we put in here, which is a number for a process audit, and what we're contemplating is when we complete our fiscal audit, we wanted some advice on our processes to help us get organized and make sure that we're doing things appropriately from both a fiscal and a operational point of view. So we put a number in there to contract with somebody to help us to examine and maybe make recommendations to us on improving our processes for handling data and materials, websites, anything else that comes to mind. And also when we are starting to receive applications, we're receiving applications, so filing processes, things like that. So we just need to get a little bit more organized. And Judge, you and I know this because we've been around a while. When we started, we were appointed with no money and nothing. And so we're now finally at the point where the site's operating, and we're supported by the appropriation. And again, thank you, Betsy and Senator Selger. And we can do some of these things to become better organized, so next year we'll have a much better picture of what our needs are.
I'm done.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and a second to approve the budget. Is there any further discussion on the budget? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we now have a budget. Next item, 15, has to do with, this was added by our attorneys, having to do with banking resolutions. And I understand, Karen, are you going to handle this, or Jim, are you going to handle it? Karen? I found about yesterday afternoon that we need to update our banking resolution. As commissioners know, we do have historically, we still have an account at Wells Fargo, and we changed the account from the relationship in Amarillo, where it started out, to down in Austin. And Milton Lee and I had been signing, we became authorized to access the account. The resolution needs to designate, basically, Mr. Lee is not here anymore, so one of the things that we need to do is appoint another commissioner. And I'll say this for the rest of you because I've been worrying about it. Right now, I am the only person that is authorized for the commission to approve expenses or to sign on that bank account. So if something happened to me, the rest of you are out of luck, basically. And I've been worried about that. We don't have a vice chair, and so we had to make those changes. So right now we are proposing a banking resolution, if I'm not mistaken, Karen, that would authorize Mr. Salzman. I have talked to Mr. Salzman. He's agreed to serve in the capacity as another commissioner to be responsible for the funds, and Lee Ing, in case one of us wasn't available or under the circumstances of the banking resolution. Each of us, under the bylaws, is required to be bonded, and we'd have to be bonded if the motion passes to designate us under this banking resolution to authorize access to the funds. The resolution also approves a couple of checks I wrote on the account after I became chairman. They were written in 2012, and so basically they go back. There are two of them. One was for Margaret Henderson's expenses from, and this is ancient history, and I'm sorry to bore everybody with it. At the end of August of 2011, Margaret Henderson, who was acting as our interim executive director, her contract had been extended in August until the end of December of 2011. She submitted a bill that was approved for payment at the commission meeting in late August of 2011 for her services through that date, but she had some time that she expended after the date of that bill through the end of August, which was the end of that fiscal year. Beginning September 1st, 2011, her contract was then taken over by the appropriation that went into effect to support our actions. So her duties until the end of the year were paid out of that appropriation. But she realized that she had a few days at the end of August in a prior fiscal year. She submitted a statement, and I wrote her a check for the amount of the money under her contract terms as they then existed for that period of time. It's about $1,820 as far as I can recall. There was one other item. Mr. Ford, the previous chairman, had incurred some expenses, and he mentioned them in an email, and I wanted to make sure that he was reimbursed for all expenses, so I wrote him a check. I wrote the check. To date, it has not been cashed. I would note that, but I did write the check, and he has it in his possession somewhere. So, or maybe he doesn't plan to cash it. But the banking resolution addresses those two things, as I recall, plus adds Mr. Salzman, make sure that I'm on there officially under the banking resolution, and adds Ms. Ing, subject to our being bonded. Is that basically it, Karen?
That is basically it, with one exception. The resolution also requires two of those three people to sign above the amount of $750. Any one of the three of them can sign for any amount less than that. And I hope, Mr. Chairman, that everything you give me to handle, because this
We'll try not to let that happen. Okay. So that's basically, Karen has prepared a resolution, and I think there's a motion to adopt the resolution. And do you have that? And the wording of that?
We had done them separately. We had done them with separate motions, so I have suggested motions if you would like for me to.
Please suggest.
I would suggest that it be moved that the Compact Commission authorize Chairman Robert C. Wilson, Commissioner John Salzman, and Executive Director Lee Ng to be signatories on the Commission's account at Wells Fargo Bank of Austin, Texas, with the signatures of 2 of those 3 persons being required for expenditures in excess of $750, and the signature of only 1 being required for expenditures of lesser amounts, and that the Commission approve a banking resolution in the form that we will provide to you to accomplish that authorization, such resolution to replace and terminate the previously existing banking resolution, which was dated July 21st, 2009.
So moved.
There's a motion. Do I hear a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the motion as stated by Ms. Watkins, our counsel. Is there any further discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion's adopted. Do we have another one?
Yes, we do. I recommend that it be moved that the Commission ratify 2 payments made on February 24th, 2012, one to Margaret Henderson, then the Acting Executive Director, for $1,820 for work she performed before payment for her time began being compensated by the Texas Appropriated Funds, and one to former Chairman Michael Ford for $60.05 to reimburse him for expenses he incurred in the course of work on behalf of the Commission.
So moved.
That's moved. Is there a second? Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay. Motion's been made and seconded. Without any further discussion, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion's adopted. Thank you. All right. Those are the banking resolutions. Now, continuing with this boring fiscal stuff, I'm next. And it says report on Compact Commission activities, including reporting on fiscal matters and on other actions to be taken by the Compact. The big one, of course, is that we're involved in rulemaking, but the fiscal matters have continued to occupy my time this summer. We are in the midst of our audit. Our auditors are asking questions, and I won't bore you with all the details, but we're responding, and some of the responses have to do with the history because they need to put the fiscal history together and to understand how the appropriations worked and the agreements with TCEQ when we were just starting out, and then the funds furnished by Vermont that ended up in the bank account, how all that works together. And we've gradually worked that out, and we've at the same time they're looking at all of the checks that were written on that account and making sure that all of that's there. They are asking any number of questions, and we're responding as fast as we can. They're not yet finished with their work. The gal who's been doing it, Debbie Hewert, is currently out of the country on vacation. Apparently we wore her out, and so she's taking some time off, but I just wanted to report to you that is going on. We should have a final report. We'll have it to look at, and I hope by the next meeting, certainly. And then we'll include it with the draft report I did earlier last year or early this year, to send out that we'll finally be catching up, be up to date on these things. The other thing that I would ask you to do, and Milton Lee was the commissioner who, in addition to me, I don't approve my own expenses when I travel, and it makes it kind of interesting if there's nobody else around to approve my expenses. I just don't go anywhere or don't get reimbursed. And so I had, under the bylaws, that requested John to, and I'm allowed to do this, the commission can act to help me solve a problem to get someone else to look at my expenses when I turn them in. I don't like to approve my own. I never have. So I've asked John to be the commissioner who would act, now that he's in Austin, he knew this was going to happen, to act with respect to these fiscal matters if I'm not around or can't do it. And so I would love to have a motion from the commission to approve John Salzman being designated. We'll have to reduce this in writing to make sure that it gets through the legislative budget, well, not the comptroller, so that they know that he's authorized to approve these charges. But I'd love to have a motion approving designation of John Salzman to act to approve expenses in addition to myself for the Compact Commission. All right. Is there a second? Okay, that's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right. Thank you very much. Now I can sleep a little bit easier and not worry about falling off my bicycle anymore. That's really all I wanted to say. I will note that there are some upcoming travel things that are opportunities for the Compact Commission. I'm looking for them. There is a meeting that Lee is planning to attend, and I may go to in Nevada in the first week of September. It's called the Radway Summit. It's at the J.W. Marriott, Summerlin, Nevada. I'm mentioning these things because each of the Compact Commissioners, we're going to try to start letting you know about these things, and particularly the low-level waste forum meetings. It's a good idea if any of the commissioners can attend those to do it, because all of the states, generators, compacts are there. And I met
to see them again in another state.
And I met Mr. Mobley at a tour in Tennessee, and we started talking about issues related to compact. And we get these every time we go to one of these meetings. So the next low-level waste forum meeting is in Park City, Utah, on October 21st through 23rd, 2013. And again, we'll distribute information about this. I think all of you get it already, because most of you should. I think almost everybody is on the low-level waste forum mailing list. And then the Waste Management Conference is coming up again March 2nd through 6th, 2014, out in Arizona. So we'll try to keep you all informed about these. One of the reasons that I'm talking about them is our bylaws also have a provision, and none of these will matter, but they say that to the extent that expenses, travel expenses for a commissioner exceed $2,500, they say they have to be approved by the commission. And so if it's anticipated, most of these should not exceed $2,500. And so, but I wanted to bring that to your attention, and we'll talk about those and get more of you involved. And with that, I'll shut up and turn it over to Lee.
I know that we have one of our commissioners leaving soon, and we'd like to get to the future meeting dates so that she can participate in that. So my report's going to be really short. And my report is just going to be to, first of all, thank y'all very much for extending my contract. I am extremely lucky to get to work for this commission, and I'm really happy that I get to also work with the state of Vermont and work for the state of Vermont, and I appreciate the opportunity to do that for another year. So thank y'all for that. I also thank you potentially even more for approving Audrey's contract as well. So thank y'all. And I, insofar as other things to report out on, everything I would report out on has come out already as a part of this meeting. So that closes out my comments.
Talk about future meetings.
Okay, future meetings. It was an idea I had that maybe we could consider if we'd like to set meetings further out into the future than maybe a couple of months, for a couple of reasons. It allows us to plan our activities, vacations, et cetera, further in the future. Also, generators and brokers who may want to ship and select shipping dates and set their schedules would know when their actions would be considered. And also, we'd be able to put on our website and think through the end of the year what travel may be. There's a whole host of reasons why I thought it might be helpful to consider meeting dates further into the future. Also, we can sort of backtrack with this rule initiative that we now have underway, knowing when meetings were, when we want to see rules file, et cetera. We could track our rule activities with our meeting dates if we knew them in the future. So it was an idea I wanted to put forward to the commissioners for y'all's consideration.
Okay, there are a couple possibilities. One is we just continue to set meeting dates as we can. The other one is that we actually schedule a time, monthly, bi-monthly, every 6 weeks. I don't, whatever the commission desires to have meetings, and so to at least have a date in advance for scheduling meetings. And I think Lee would love to have a monthly date scheduled, or would you?
I don't have a strong sense whether it should be monthly or every 6 weeks. I know that the history has shown me that if we go much beyond 6 weeks, we start getting calls we get nervous generators and brokers and a nervous facility operator when we have that long between meetings and an opportunity to amend applications, amend agreements or approve them or so forth. And if any of the generators or brokers or the facility operator would like to add something to that, please feel free to do so. That's just been my experience.
This was a comment that we received from several people to our rules, by the way, which is one of the reasons we're talking about it today. It would help with certainty where everybody, no matter what the rule ends up looking like in the process, if they knew we were going to meet regularly, then they would have more comfort scheduling it. Being me, I asked the question, well, they're doing all this stuff 3 or 4 years out. Why do they care whether we meet every month or not? But that's just me and being ornery. But so what is the sense of the commission? Our next meeting is going to be October 2nd in Vermont. And after that, when do we want to do it? Do we want to look at before Thanksgiving in November, or back here and then right after the first of the year? How do you want to do this, Dick?
Well, there is a fair amount involved in coming down, and for that matter, when you go up to Vermont, is there really more urgency than once every couple of months for these among the people who?
Or is certainty the most important thing? Is certainty the most important thing?
Rod Balser, WCS, it depends. For example, we have a generator who filed an import application July the 3rd. They had some change of their management and whatnot, and they didn't get it in June 30th. There would still be plenty of opportunity for that to be heard at this meeting, except they didn't meet the first of the month's criteria in the rules. But there was plenty of time for 25 days of comment, et cetera. So given the way the rules are right now, at least every other month, I think we need to meet, would like you to meet, and a 6-week type of time frame works. But I think if there was a schedule that was set and that was kind of longer term and everybody knew what those dates were, it would be easier to comply with. But I would at least do every other month.
And we're looking, no matter what we do with the rules, it'll take about 6 or 8 months to get that finally done. So we're looking about trying to schedule, I guess, for the next 6 or 8 months out while we work on the rule to see what we're going to do with processing times and that sort of thing, if we're going to make any changes whatsoever.
Yeah, and I like having one before Thanksgiving and right after the first of the year.
Okay.
My own feeling on it is that we should be responsive to the volume of applications, and if an application I think if an application comes in a few days late, we ought to take a kind of a rule of reason in looking at it. If we can work it out, and I don't want to make an invitation to a lot of late applications. I mean, I think there's a balance here. I mean, there have been times when you've said, there's such urgency to this that you've got to jump, and then when we and we've got to schedule a special meeting, and then we start messing around trying to do that, and then the urgency kind of subsides, and I suppose this is more an understanding, I think, between us and the people who deal with us, that if we have, say, meetings scheduled at least 4 in advance or something like that, and if we're willing to have a little bit of flexibility, but not too much, you know, in submittals, every other month kind of works for at least from my personal point of view. It kind of works for me. I think more frequently would create some problems for those of us who have to travel long distances to be here.
What's the difference in having it be 7 weeks?
How about
when we look at it?
How about November 21st or 22nd? That's the week before Thanksgiving.
Can we make it the 21st? Because then if people are going away, or even Wednesday, if people are going away for that.
Is it a 3-day trip for y'all, as it is a 3-day trip for us?
So it's a 3-day trip. I mean, I try to get out really quick. So.
I'm fine with the 21st.
Yeah, I'm good with 21st.
It's fine with me, although my next grandbaby is due that Tuesday. But it doesn't involve me, I'm not having to do
It involves you.
No, it involves Mrs. Wilson. 21st is fine by me, if everybody, Linda, how are you?
Good. And then we can skip December?
Yeah, and then we could look at January.
How would be the 16th?
If we concentrate on.
If you live here, is that 9 o'clock starting? 9 o'clock, 13 time, don't matter. 10 o'clock today.
Well, you like 10 o'clock because it's easier on your schedule.
How's everybody else? Is they rather 10 or 9?
I like 10.
10's kind of nice.
10's okay.
10's okay.
Let's drive in.
Yeah.
That's so civilized.
Well, it saves us money on hotel bills too. Okay.
So are we looking at January 16th also?
That works for me. Right now.
And then in March, you want to look at the 13th?
That also works for me. So, is that the next 3 dates then?
What, I'm sorry, January.
March 13th?
It was January 16th.
January 16th. And November 21st. 10 o'clock start time in Austin. Does that work for everybody? Done.
So to repeat back, to make sure we have this right, 10 o'clock start time in Austin. The next meeting is November 21st, 10 o'clock Austin. The next meeting after that is January 16th, place and time to be determined. The next meeting after that is March 13th, time and place to be determined.
Probably both of those, the January and March meetings will probably be in Austin unless we elect to make them.
I certainly hope so.
I mentioned that because historically we've also had a meeting in Andrews County.
Yes.
So if there was ever a reason that folks thought we should do that again, just put that.
We can change those later ones, but tentatively we'll put them in at Texas, and we'll talk about it that way. And if that's all right.
Invited us yet,
No, he hasn't. A comment from our lawyer, the judge hasn't really invited us again to come out to Andrews. We know we've been invited in the past.
You're always welcome to come.
All right.
Y'all can blow up that state plane, by gas.
Is there anything else from any of the commissioners? Dick?
Many of you, when, in the last meeting, many of you hung out there for a while longer, and some of you went around to neighboring states, and some of you kind of went to see sites. I'm going to try to get up a kind of a description of places around Vermont where if some of you went east the last time, you can go west this time or whatever, and north or south. There are various places that are worth seeing, I think, are worth visiting, and you might enjoy. So I'm going to give it to the commission, and then maybe I'll work with Lee and Audrey and get it out to the others of you who are likely to be there. I don't know how many of you are planning to go up, but it's a nice place at that time of year. It is. The hotels are crowded. The hotels are booked because this is known as foliage season, and so I would urge you to make reservations ASAP if you haven't. I can give them a list of hotels in the Montpelier area and kind of near Montpelier also. Stowe, incidentally, is relatively near Montpelier. Other places are a little farther away in terms of other places that have a big concentration of hotels and stuff.
And if everybody is coming in the day before, if you're flying into Burlington, be happy to host everyone at the house for a reception. Maybe invite some local people that might be interested in meeting.
Burlington's about 35-minute drive or 40-minute drive from Montpelier, so it's all pretty accessible. Certainly by Texas standards.
Our lawyers will remind us if we plan on doing this, we need a head count because we may have to do a hosting because it's not because we'd be discussing business, it'd be a social event, but still to let everybody know that we plan to be there. And one of the things that we have yet to discuss, Jane, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, was the communications between ourselves and when we have the meeting in Vermont. So we have to be cognizant of those kinds of things, and we'll work all that out. We did last year. Okay.
I talked to the curator of the Vermont State House. The Vermont State House has a lot of nice places in it. I mean, it's a beautiful building, and this guy has been responsible for basically restoring almost all the rooms in the State House, and I'm going to try to arrange to have him give us a little tour of it and kind of tell us more about the rooms than you would have gotten by just walking around in them.
All right. Is there anything else from any of the commissioners? I see everybody's putting their cords up, so we must be. If not, thank you for all of your input and your comments, and thank the commissioners, and thanks Lee and Audrey and Karen and John and Jim, and we'll see you all next month, or in October actually. And this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
waiting and you keep going.
You're not interested.